Bye. Love you.
Blue. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? All right, we're here. Are you here? I need to know if you can. What's up? So you can hear me? Yes. What's up, Luke? Good to see ya. Good old Bebopski. Cool. All right, now I got this finally working. I can see everything. A little bit out of focus. Cool, Midwest, good. Just double checking the focus here. All right, cool, we are good to go. All right, good to see everyone again. Hopefully you have a bunch of fun today. We're gonna mix some brutal death metal. Some brutal death metal. So, a couple things before we get started here. Please read the description about this stream. And if you're watching this broadcast later, please read the description about this stream. There's some pertinent information that you need to know, in particular about the band, about the original mix. I just want to make it known right now that this video is just for fun. It's for educational purposes. I am not making any statements like about the original mix, its quality, who mixed it. There's nothing along that. It's just the band gave permission for me to use the multi-tracks. And I actually have to give Bebop Samurai Marcel, oh my god, yes, beer delivery, spasibo, Lubru. I have to give Bebop a lot of credit. He's the one that facilitated it. He worked with that band, did some work with them, and he has been a member of my private Discord for many years. Really good dude. And because of him, I have decided to do a surprise. All right. So just as long as you guys know, like, we're not making fun of the original mix. That has nothing to do with that at all. Absolutely nothing. The original mix is completely fine. It's awesome. It sounds fantastic. This is just for fun, for education. And in honor of Bebop Samurai here in the chat, are you ready, Bebop? We are going to use this guy right here. We're actually going to reamp with this thing. Marcel helped me acquire this. He actually sent it to me when I was in Poland from Germany. This is the OG Savage 120 with the orange button. So it's it is a badass amp. It's off for now. I'm only going to turn it on right when we're about to start reamping guitars, but we are going to reamp with the Engel Savage 120 Mark 1. This is the Mark 1, all right? So, producer, or getting this all up and produced, all right? Okay, let me get everything up here. And then if I do this, good God, look at all this production, everybody. The production. Ugh, it's crazy. All right, I just need to make sure. I'm trying to get all my... There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, me no want that there. We're gonna put this over here. Come out, move. Really? Some of these things are a pain in the ass. You know what I mean? Okay, I guess that's not gonna work the way I want it. Awesome. Awesome. Fantastic. So what we're gonna do is we will take this off. Dogs, turn that off. And then I'll just open the stream in my other monitor window so I can see the chat. Pop out the chat. We pop out the chatter. All right, there we go. So bring this over here. Change like that. And so now I can see everything. Cool. Sorry. Still learning how to be an Instagram model. Sorry. All right, cool. You sold your Wrangle Satan? Yeah. Oh, we got Lee in the chat. Jesus. Good old Lee. All right. Good. Cool. So let's go ahead and get everything started here. Excellent. The evil wizard. The wizard is evil. Really good, dude. Lee is a really good guy. Actually, a good old cheers to Lee. Let's give a cheers to Lee. Let's start talking about this mix. So, this is a mix. I think it was recorded last year. Hold on. Ah, God. Alright. Everything's fucked now. Unbelievable. Hold on, guys. Of course, this happens on the stream. So, actually, Bebop, you can go ahead and give some more information about the song, because you worked with the guys, you know exactly what you did. Because apparently my interface decided to switch bit rates, so I need to fucking open this again. Be quick here, though, so don't worry. Alright, we need project sample. Let's just change this, I guess. Okay, we're good to go now. Here we are. Let me just make sure my interface is correct, because I don't know why we're having... You guys still hear me? No. Marcel, just say whatever you want. You're the man right now. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. All right. Drum recording was done in December 2024, so cool. Now, so there are a couple things about this session that I have noticed and that I have done off camera just because they're it's not exciting to watch, okay? So the drums were recorded, they are real drums, but what I did is I went and spent about an hour and a half or so because Marcel Bebop provided me the kick and snare samples for MIDI. So what I wanted to do is I just wanted to hear what the drums sounded like, and I want to take stock of what I have in the song. That's always the first thing that you want to do when you are going to mix a song is, so like you just press play like what I was doing here. And you just want to listen. You want to listen to the overall vibe. Most likely you've been talking with the band and they're going to tell you which direction they are going for. You're doing a little research about the band. It seems to be they want to do a bit more old school sounding things. So the original mix is decidedly more old school. It's not super hyped or modern or anything. So when you're playing the mix, and you're playing the stems and you're listening to everything, you just want to take stock of what you have, what you might need to do, things you need to watch out for, because essentially you need to know up front the weakest aspects of the stems, because that's going to influence your mixing decisions. Now, just to be completely honest with you, the room is a little obnoxious. The kick drum is very loud in the room, and it's going to cause a problem through the entire mix, because we're not going to be able to get the mid-range boom 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 thump 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 out of the kick drum, out of the rooms, or out of the overheads, and it's always going to be there. So we're just going to have to try and hide it with a kick sample and with the bass guitar. Now, when we're listening to the bass guitar, it's not the worst bass guitar I've ever heard, but the strings are... It would have been good if the strings had been changed, let me say this. And when you're listening to stuff like this, the rounder the DI sounds, the less the high end and the less ping and grindy articulation that you can get out of the bass. It's just the way it is, okay? I'm not saying that the band is shit. I'm not saying that the bass is shit. Just please understand that when I say this, I am not talking shit about anybody. I'm just saying what we have to deal with, okay? Because there's a lot of, we can be philosophical as much as we want about how things should be, but this is the fucking real world, and, you get what you get sometimes, and you just have to understand what you have so that you can move forward, okay? So just to experience with this particular bass DI being a little bit rounder, not as bright or pingy, I probably will opt to push more of the grunty mids instead of trying to get some kind of chainsaw style tone. All right. For the moment right now, I just have a preset Mana Studio mid-range. This is from my low tune death metal preset pack. I just have a preset here so I can have a guitar sound. And what I think I just took one little mid-range honk that was annoying me out of here, because I want to hear the guitar sound with a little bit of distortion to see what kind of performance that we have. And unfortunately, the guitars are out of tune, and that's just, it happens sometimes. You're recording guitar, and sometimes you forget to tune the guitar between a couple takes, and a couple takes get in there where the guitars are just a little bit out of tune. So that's just part of the deal, okay? You can't really do anything about that. They would have to be re-recorded. But again, it's not the end of the world. The vocals are really good. The vocals are very nice, so we can definitely make sure the vocals are up front and part of the mix. And the vocals were well performed. Everything's cool. As far as the musicianship is concerned, I think these musicians are really good. And the next couple recordings, I would not be surprised if they step up their game a lot. The drummer's really good, bass, guitar. Everyone's a fantastic musician. Just more experience recording is going to help them over time. Hello, Stacy. Stacy's my wife. You can say hi. All right. So that's what we're looking at. So with the drums, because the drums, the kick room is a little bit out of control, or the room is a little bit out of control. And some of the tom fills, is like I say, buzzing the toms, where you're hitting the snare really hard and then you tap the toms. We were running into that a little bit. And so what I opted to do was I went into MIDI here, and I pretty much by hand, just the toms, by the way, because I got the kick and the snare from Marcel. I went by hand and I wrote in all these drum hits with the toms, okay? Now, the reason I did this off camera is because this is really boring to watch. But what you need to do, I can show you here. So, for example, if we look at the tracks that I hid, so here are the toms, right? They're gated, everything's fine. All I did is you can do inline editing with MIDI here, and then you can match tom hits to the transients. So I just went click by hand, and I wrote these tom fills in and followed the transients. All right, and then we don't need the tom tracks anymore, so I muted them and hid them. Now, that's only like half the battle here. It's very important when you do stuff like this that, okay, we're using a sample library. Big deal. Very important that you need to get the samples to be in the same tuning of the original recorded drums. The way that you do that is quite simple. All you do is you would go on the track itself, the tom, let's say the snare track. So let's pretend this is my snare track right here, right? Open up the snare track, all right? What you want to do is you put a analyzer on it. You know, it's going to play. You can set it so that the peak is held. It's going to play, and it's going to show you the fundamental note, all right? And whatever that fundamental note is, you need to adjust the drum samples to be that fundamental note, which is exactly what I did for the drum library. I'm using Hertz Drums here. So all of these drums are the same tuning that was recorded. This is what helps hide that we're using drum samples here. Deaf World, good to see you, dude. I was up all night recording. Yeah, I had to take a nap today. I was pretty damn tired. So, that's what happens sometimes. So anyway, when you tune the drums like this helps them blend into the rooms and the overheads. So, by the way, the overheads, I also have spit out from Hertz. I'll talk about that. But here are the overheads. If we put the snare in here. Okay. It's the exact same tuning. So there is nothing that comes out like, oh, you're using programmed drums. No one's really going to know. All we're using the programmed drums for is to really make sure the transients are coming through and we have a lot more control of volumes, okay? Yeah, I have no sleep schedule. I think we went to bed around 10 o'clock, woke up around 1 in the morning. Work until about 9 in the morning. Went to bed again. And then I had to prepare for the stream. So, awesome, man. The overheads. So we're tuning the shells to the overheads. This is vitally important. This is a big mistake that a lot of people do, where you have the rooms and the overheads are not in the same tuning as the drum samples you're using. And then you wonder why it's phasey, or you're not getting the punch, or it doesn't sound right. So you have to make sure they're in the same tuning. That's the main thing. It's a very important thing. The second thing then is you have to listen to the song, okay? All of this I've done here, all this velocity editing is based on what the guy played. I'm not doing my own idea of what it should sound like. I'm listening to the drum performance and I'm quite literally copying the performance velocity wise so that it sounds as identical as possible. All this upfront work is just going to make the drums sound even better. And this is all pretty advanced, boring shit that none of you would watch me do on a live stream. That's why I did it off stream. Plus, I can do it way faster off stream instead of having to explain everything. It would take twice as long. So when we listen to the shells here, the shell performance, we have a very realistic performance. You might be wondering, like, hey Scott, why are all your velocities exactly the same? Well, this is a great thing about Hertz Drums, actually. In Hertz Drums by itself, I'm doing all the humanization. So it's one less piece of shit work that I need to do in MIDI. I'm just humanizing, and these are not my settings. These are settings that Wojtek showed on a video that I tried, and they sound really good. So all the shells have volume and pitch randomization in the plugin itself. All I'm doing is setting the main velocity. I'm setting the main velocity of the MIDI itself, and it's playing within that velocity. Now, there's one really cool thing that you can do in Cubase that you might want to replicate. If you look down here, you can see how there's a slight decline of the MIDI. And it's very simple to do. You know, just grab this with Cubase, and then when your cursor looks like this, you can compress the MIDI data at an incline or a decline. There you go. So you're simulating basically that the blast beat is getting a little bit weaker over time, which is 100% completely natural and realistic. Okay. And depending on the speed of the blast beat or how long the blast beat goes for, you can adjust, how much you want to, as you can see, make it decline. The other thing with Hertz Drums, it's got 4 snare articulations. You need to use all of them, so snare fills sound very realistic. Great example there. Here's another one. Okay. And we have a bunch of ghost notes here that also it comes in handy to have different snare articulations. It might not sound super impressive at the moment, but when you listen to the drums completely, you are none the wiser that we have a drum program software library doing the shells. You have no fucking idea that it's happening. But that's because of all the upfront work of tuning the shells to the overheads, putting the velocities in there, and then going riff by riff in terms of drums to make sure that they match with the performance. So that's quite a lot of upfront work, but the end result makes it worth it. You'll notice here that I have overhead H. H stands for Hertz. The reason I have this here is because, particularly the rooms, the actual recorded rooms are not going to be super useful because of all the kick drum energy in it. We might be reversing the volume and using more of the Hertz room so that we could add distortion or stuff like this. Molested Cadaver. So when I'm mixing, the main thing that I do is I communicate with the band. I ask them what they want. And generally they will push me in a direction that I need to go in of sounds that they like. And then I will listen to that music and understand, what the balance is, how things sound, what's the overall vibe. And then obviously, I'm not in the business of copying other people's music. I have my own style and things that I like to do personally, but I will move in the direction that the band is looking for. I still have my own tastes and things that I like to do, and in my opinion, part of hiring me to mix is that you like my style. Like if you message me and you send me a song and you say, hey, I want you to mix it like Joey Sturgis, I'm going to respond to you in email and tell you to hire Joey Sturgis. You know what I mean? So I have my own way of doing things. So that's part of working with me. But I would hope that anyone who hires me already likes my results, so we work together like that. Marcel, yeah, it's fine. I mean, the main thing, obviously, I already talked about in the beginning of the video, and the guitar's out of tune, the kick drum was recorded, put a mesh head on it next time, don't even bother recording the kick for metal, it's going to cause us problems in the mix. Make sure the bass strings are changed, okay? All the basic stuff that, guys like Glenn Fricker bitch about all the time, it's still true, it's important, but I'm not going to bitch about that, it's not about that, so... signature preset coming in Hertz. Yes, I do, actually. You see me using it right here. It's actually called Chernobyl Audio Starter, right up here. I'm delivering this to Wojtek, I think, in a week or so. I'm still working on it. I'm still messing around with it. But, yeah, it's a combination of different drum libraries, of all the different libraries. I don't know what Wojtek's going to do or how they're going to do that. But I'll deliver this preset to him, and then they're going to release it or do what they do. I don't have all the details, obviously. Yeah, Wojtek is a very accomplished guy, very good. No complaints about him at all. Every mixer, yeah. Hopefully, at the end of the day, once you start mixing for a while, you just start to come up with your own styles. That's what you do. All right. So, should we begin or no? Don't want to begin? All right. So as always, we begin with drums. That's the foundation of the mix. All right. And that's how it goes. I noticed on the last stream when everything started coming in and I was turning the volume quite loud, the audio was bleeding into the microphone, so I might switch to the headphones later as things get louder, okay? So first thing we do is we go to the overheads. These are the overheads of the recorded drums. That's what they sound like. Might need to turn this louder just for my own sake. Just checking levels here. I might... You know what? Let's just move the headphones right away, because that was kind of annoying listening back to the stream last time. It was kind of distracting. Alright. Okay, cut that. Okay, so when you are listening to overheads, there's a couple things that you want to be listening for. You want to be listening for the panning. So, not in panning and overheads, you want it like when they deliver a stereo file like this, you'll be able to understand how everything's panned. So the first thing we have to understand is what's the panning. So it's going to be audience panning. God damn it. All right. And we can tell because the ride is on the left. So it's audience panning. So that's the first thing. So we got to remember that when we're panning our toms and spot cymbals. I'm also listening to the cymbals to see how they sound. I think the cymbals sound very nice. They're not too bright or brittle or nasty sounding. So I think we have a really usable overhead sound. But the elephant in the room obviously is these fucking kick drums. And that's it. We're just going to have to try and marginalize the kick drums as much as possible. But it's going to be what it is. I might think that Reaper, let's see, hold on. Don't you love it when a band wants you to mix their stuff, but are very hesitant that you get their sound, and their sound equals success? I mean, Jacob, that's part of, I mean, there's the thing that a lot of people don't talk about. You know, mixing music for people is a service industry. And part of being a service industry is that you need to, I need to check something really quick. But you need to be able to communicate with people. And if you suck at communicating, you're going to have a hard time. And part of communicating is that you need to be willing to stand up for yourself. And you need to be willing to be like, listen, this is what I do. If that's, you know, not what you're interested in, then maybe I'm not the right guy for the job. And sometimes you have to be able and be willing to say things like that, because it's very important. Okay. My chat bots are not working for some reason here. So I guess I'll just have to do this manually. I just want to let you guys know in the description below, because people asked me last time, and I've been asked before on videos, how you can support me. If you want to leave me a tip, there's a link down below to leave a small tip. Whatever, you can do that. If you're enjoying the stream, great, would be awesome. Alternatively, my website, chernobylaudio.com, there's things there if you want to produce metal, etc., etc. So I'll remind you every once in a while, but I'm not going to make it a big deal, but it's in the description. Humanizing for any MIDI. So Jacob, yeah, so you got to be careful when you're humanizing MIDI algorithmically. All right. Because random means random, and random could mean you're going to have the same velocity 100 times in a row because it's random. But what you want to make sure of is that you're actually humanizing based on the performance of the drums. Especially in this case, when you have a drummer here. All right, so we have the overheads. So one of the reasons I decided to replace the drums, the actual shells, was you can hear it in the overheads a little bit. There was just a little bit of inconsistency with the snare. He would play the snare, and then it almost sounded like he hit the microphone, or he did an accidental rim shot randomly, and there was this doing that would come out of the snare drum because of that. You can hear it in the overheads a little bit, but it's not as obvious. So that's a good starting spot for the overheads. Let's go ahead and narrow them a little bit again, because these feel very panned, even in these headphones. This is the same thing that actually Kristen Cola does all the time, and it works. In Cubase, we're just going to put an imager in here, and we're going to decrease the width to about 80%. And let's double check to see where the snare is. Feels pretty good where it is, so I'm not going to be panning it a little bit. But bringing the menu a little bit like that, if you guys aren't aware of what that is, just bringing in the cymbals a little bit leaves space on the edges for your guitars, all right? Hi, Peter. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Peter, you should write a new song so that I can mix it on the stream. Peter. Peter is from Blood Soaked, really good dude. Peter is actually one of the first guys I ever did a mix for. Like, what year was that? 2017? It's been a long time. Ridiculous. All right. All right, so now we have the overheads here. Overheads are cranking along there. All right. And let's move along. You can already hear now that that kick drum is still very clearly in the overheads. There should be no clipping at all. What you're hearing are the drum edits. That's what you're hearing. Those are called artifacts. And it's just part of the deal sometimes. All right. Here are the rooms. Nothing but low end. It's ridiculous. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't fuck this up by accident. Nope. All right. Lots of low end here in the rooms. We need to just dig all of this out, but we're not going to be able to dig it all out. That's the thing. All right, but we're going to take out as much as we can. This is what I really love to do with rooms. Again, we don't need the cymbals really to be in the rooms very much. The idea of the room track is to add vibe and color to the overall drum sound. I don't know how much we're going to be able to use this particular room sound actually. We might not use it at all, and we might instead opt to use the Hertz Drums room sound. But let's see what we have. Let's move from here and see what happens. Bebop, let me know if this sounds like it's clipping. That should sound pretty much. What's up, Wire? Good to see you. Danielson. Yeah, 2018. Yeah, that was a long time ago. So, years and years ago. Goodness. It's actually clipping? Are you serious? I guess today is the day where all the stream problems are going to happen. Awesome. Wonderful. All right, let's close fucking Cubase. Try again. Ask questions, I'll answer them. I'm going to change the sample rate here real quick, guys, so you might lose me for a second, but I'll be right back. Should be back now. All right, let's try this again. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Today is the day. The last stream went so well. Everything was fantastic. And then today, it's just got to be like, meh. Popping. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I know why. It might be because of this. My voice popping or only when the DAW is playing? Or is it popping all the time? What am I drinking? This. Duchess. Chocolate cherry. Only DAW. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Hold on, guys. This is gonna be a fuck story. Unbelievable. Yeah, well, I have Guinness after this, so I'm a little annoyed right now. Adjust project settings. Convert. Keep. Hold on, there was a... No. I'm missing here. Fix. Okay, I'm curious how you fix edit artifacts. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, there's only so much you can do when you're editing drums. The artifacts are pretty much a result of moving the drums around a little bit too much. But you have to do what you have to do sometimes. The main thing is when you are listening to things in solo like that, the artifacts are pretty obvious. But generally, when you get the mix in there and everything starts sounding, you put all the sounds in there, the artifacts get hidden. The best way to fix artifacts would be like do a better take on the performance. That's if I'm being honest with you. Or to fix the artifact, you know, maybe you might have to find a different way to edit the drum so that it's not so obvious that you've made an edit. Wonderful, 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 guys. We might need to, how can I do this? Probably gonna have to restart the stream and restart the computer because it's not working the way that it should, which is classic situation. Fucking classic. Settings. Ridiculous. Last stream went so damn well. Now this fucking stuff. Can't do anything. All right, I'm gonna restart the stream. Give me, bro. Let me know if you can see me. Derp derp. All right. Of course, now everything is messed up. Let me know if I'm back, guys. Should be able to hear me. Import. Yay! What's up, dudes? Everything is an absolute disaster, so welcome to this disaster stream. Where the fuck are the files? Where in the fuck are the files? Okay. I downloaded them. What did I do with them? Awesome. Stream is going great. Stream is going great. Cubase sessions. Derp derp. Export. Here we go. Got them. All right. Export derp. All right. Unbelievable. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. How do you are the drums edit done with stretching or crossover? Slip editing. I manually slip edit drums. Unless the drums are AC/DC, then you can do like beat detective, but that's beat detective. I know like I forget his name at the moment. Dave Otero does like a combination of beat detective and slip editing, but I just do slip editing because it ends up being faster for me anyway. Okay, derp derp. Here we go. I'm just not showing you my screen because I've got a bunch of my other files open. I don't feel like showing you my computer, so meh. All right, Chernobyl. Where are we? Cubase 24. Export. Export. Huh? Fucking Jesus. Reaper, this has nothing to do with Reaper or Cubase. This has to do with different bit rates of the fucking session. Because the session was recorded at 44.1. OBS was set to use at 48, so my interface was at 48, trying to push a 44.1 session through 48 bits, which I assume is what caused the popping. So very little to do with which DAW it was. But now we have this other fucked up situation here. Oh my god, it just gets worse and worse. What's the problem? The MIDI isn't importing correctly. Awesome. I've been growing my beard. Well, let's see. I had it cut in Germany to about right here. So from Germany to here has taken about 3 years. But this is how long it was in Germany when I had it cut. So from that point, it was like 4 years. Jacob, hey man, it should work out. I mean, why not? Should work. All right, let's try to see if this fucking works. One hour of bullshit. I'm so thoroughly annoyed at the moment. Can't even describe in words. All right. So if I open this, feel free to discuss my beard. Yeah, man, it's whatever, dude. I mean, it's whatever. I just need to get this done. I have to start over though because the MIDI exported incorrectly. So, you know, let's see, export MIDI file. And I will export it this time right into this live stream. Okay. And let's try. Okay, done. And let's save the Hertz Drums. Save as headshot. Bam. So the Hertz Drums are done, so I don't have to redo that again. Okay. Should be good to go here. A serious problem has occurred. No kidding. Thank you. Stunning beard. Yes, it's you know, it's nice. One eye, didn't see that. I don't know what you're talking about there. No, I'm not at Hertz. I haven't been at Hertz for over a year. I moved we've been back in Kiev for over a year and a half. Okay. Yeah, one fine. You just gotta wash your beard, you know? Like the itchiness is because you're not washing your beard. So wash the beard. Okay, let's try this again. Audio connections. My outputs. All right. Let's bring the stupid headshot drums MIDI yoink. Oh. Heh. Eh. All right, there we go. That's looking correct. Tempo track, signature track. That's all correct. If it's not right, try again, right? Okay, there's this. I'll share my screen here in a second. Just a bunch of bullshit happened. Headshot V2. A string mute? You know, sometimes I will pick my beard sometimes if it goes over, and it'll get picked between the string and the guitar pick, and it's really lame when that happens. All right. Just so you can see where we're at here. we'll try this right away. You're not going to be able to hear anything yet because I don't have anything going on the master yet. But you can see the nonsense that we're going through here. We can kind of see my setup, how I do all my shit. Alright, we're going to need to... we're going to need to do Q4 in case we want to do some... In case we want to do some EQ. We're just going to use Elevate. For now, let's leave that stock. L2 for... L2 for mixing or mastering. I like to use this one to have the dithering on here and oversampling. And just as public service announcement, if you hear what sounds like machine gun fire, that would be the anti-aircraft outside. So just telling you right now. So this should be here. Restream. Cubase. Send. Now. DAW audio. What? Nothing yet. Oh. Sorry if that scared you. Alright, so that's coming through. Okay, but we don't need any of this stuff. Since we're here, I guess I can show you what was happening with the snare, which is why I didn't want to use it. Right there, you can even see it. You can see it in the waveform. There's just this doing, 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 doing. I don't know what it's from. No idea. But we don't need the snare top, bottom, sample, rack, 1, 2, 3, floor. We need the hi-hat. We need the bottom, rooms, derp. Okay. Actually, let's just dunk these. We don't need them. Hold on. Wait till the beard. You don't need to pick anymore. Just use the beard. Hello, guys. Yeah. Yeah, coming for that beard. Hello, guys. Welcome to Beard Files. Oh, we can't do that because Fluff made a video series a long time ago called The Beard Files, actually. The Beard Files. Ah. All right. User presets. Headshot. Okay, cool. All that is still there. Excelente. We will scoot this down into this, so we should have everything now. Awesome. All right. Cool pro tip here. Let's just do this right now since we can do this. We can go Project Logical Editor, Setup, Naming. Instead of going one by one here. 1, 2, 3. And then we do the front character. 1, 2, 3. Good. We're all done. All done. Okay. Rack instruments. Had to finish my takeout, then move to the PC. Well, you're back. Official G. You didn't miss much. You just missed a fuckload of technical issues. Great fucking day. Fan-fucking-tastic. Fuck. Alright. Drums. Rhythm guitar. Vocals. This is an intro from a Netflix series. I'm actually not going to use this. Doesn't matter. So I'll just actually delete it, to be honest with you. So, let's continue. Unbelievable. Okay, so focus. What do we need? Focus. We need 2. X. We need to have kick left, kick right. So that's gonna be kick left, kick right. So multi-outs. Kick left, kick right. We need snare, which is 3. We need tom 2, because I'm not using tom 1. So tom 2 is 5. Tom 3 is 6. Floor tom is 7. 13, 14, 15. 13, 14, 15. Okay. So this should all be kick left, kick right, snare, rack 1, rack 2, floor 1. Then we have overheads, room, reverb. Okay, so we bring all this up to here. Put all these in drums. Kick. I know, Stacy. I know. I know. So we solo all this. Fucking hell. Jesus. We're pretty much back to where we were 2 seconds ago. Audio popping is gone. Yeah, so it was the problem with the bitrate sampling. So, awesome. Good to know. So next time we can stay on top of that. Alright, so here's drums. Bam. Drums. So I guess they'll just watch me work now. I mean, we talked about everything we need to talk to anyway, so it won't be too hard to remember. Overheads. Overheads was imager. We did 80%. 80% there. EQ. Linear phase. Take as much of this out as we can. Alright. That's perfect. Just export it like this. We're done. It's over. Okay, this is pretty much where we were, yeah? Alright. Let's reverb, room, hertz, overhead, hertz. Okay, put the overheads, hertz, room, hertz, doink. Let's just go ahead. Hi-hat, ride, top, right. Yeah. This is funny. This is ride. Toms. Kick. Derp. 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 Mix my band. But by the way, I have a lot of key. So I have this mouse and I have a lot of buttons on it. So I have a lot of buttons For example, I can make a folder by just hitting a button on the mouse. Awesome thing to do. Find things that you do all the time. Because normally a lot of people in Cubase, they're going to right click, they're going to go add track, they're going to come down here and make a folder. Just don't waste your time. Figure out a way to do things faster. You know. All right, here we go. Vocals. Vocals. Damn. All right. This looks a little better. This looks better. Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm an asshole about color coding. All right, so now that means that pretty much we can continue here. So, whoo! What a pain in the dick. What a pain in the D. Midwest Exile. I don't know why this isn't working. Midwest sent a tip. Dude, thank you so much. I didn't even know that it came through. Very nice of you. Let's have him join. Let's see if I want this bot thing to work. My eyes are twitching with no color. Midwest, dude. Midwest sent 13 euro. Thank you so much, dude. I want to see if this will work. Fuck it. Anyway, dude, thank you so much. Wow. Very nice of you. All stats. Okay. But I turned the bot on. I hope the bot works. Because that was an hour, not an hour, it was 38 minutes ago, man. Thank you so much, Midwest. I appreciate it. So if in the description, if you enjoy what I'm doing, there's like a little tip link with stream elements, and you can leave a little tip. Very nice of you, dude. Wow, man, thanks. And it already made me feel better a little bit. All right, get back to this. Yeah, just the tip, G-Man. Of course you would. One Eye, that's awesome, dude. I have used the same colors for 10 years. I have used the same colors for 10 years, man. Okay, so snare's going to be up here. Kick, snare, reverb. Good. Okay. Good to go here. All right, we can yank this bit out here. All right. You can only take the tip. You guys, man, you guys are a bunch of fucking losers with your tip talk. All right. Moving on. So it's going to be significantly easier now, basically because the only thing we need to pay attention to at this point is going to be the cymbals, the spots, and the program drum aspects of things, which are obviously going to be easier because they already sound good. So if we go to spots here, this should cover everything. Yes, sir. Done. So let's go ahead and do this ride. See what we got going on here. Ride top and bottom. Pretty interesting miking choice. Bebop, why did you decide to do that? So spot symbols, the only point of a spot symbol is literally what it's called. It's called a spot symbol. So there's going to be a lot of mid-range and low-end gunk that you literally don't need. So if we solo this, that's all junk. Just cleaning up this, clouding up the signal. You don't want it, and you are going to take out mid-range, which is like cloudy, and it's obscuring the actual ride, you know, to give it that sound. That's the top half. I don't know what we're going to do on the bottom here. Still see everything I'm doing, yeah. I really don't see the point of having the bottom. Don't care. It's just getting more of the kick and the snare in there, so I really don't care. So the ride is... That's what I want. I want that ping, ping, ping. To be honest, we're trying out some things, and the guy I work for didn't believe me that my sound's usable if you mic the ride from underneath. Yeah, it sounds usable. It's just like it's redundant, because both of them sound fine. And, you know, it's fine. So we don't need this now. Right, can go right into spots. And we remember that unfortunately this is audience pan. Audience pet. Audience pet. Okay, whatever. It's just, it's not drummer's perspective. Not drummer's perspective. There, I can say that. Okay, hi-hat. Make sure we got the right side here. Cool. Same thing with the hi-hat now. What we want to concentrate on getting all that shit out of it, you know? Because we don't need any of the mid-range or any of the extra crap. Like, you can just hear what happens when you clean up the mid-range, upper mids of the hi-hat. Instead of becoming a boxy, clanky mess, it actually starts sounding like a cymbal. There's a bit of a honk here, though. Okay, done there. Another honk somewhere here. There it is. Great. Obnoxious, but less so. Cool. Okay, so that's pretty much not drummer's perspective. Bunch of dorks, man. Bunch of dorks. Oh, I just want to see if this is still working. Oh, no. I want him to join. I want him to join! Audience perspective. This is unmixable. Throw it away. That's it! That's it! We're done. We're done. That's it. Ridiculous. Add message. That's it. Save. Why is this goddamn... Oh, created devices. Fuck. Didn't even see you here. Sorry, buddy. Dashboard. Chad. Yeah, man, that is still, that was true. And that's where we are right now. Scuba. What the hell are you doing? It's your turn to watch me now. Make sure you got your pants on. Yeah. I don't want to see any pictures this time. Scuba used to watch him all the time on Twitch. He played a bunch of retro games, and back in the day he rage played Metal Gear Solid on PS1. He made it. I have all the respect for him. He managed to get it done. He did all right. It was good for him. All right. He did well. I haven't seen him on Twitch. To be honest, I haven't been on Twitch in ages, so I haven't seen if you've been streaming or not. So no pants required. No, we're not in Poland anymore. We haven't been in Poland for over a year. We've been back in Kiev for over a year already. Okay, so there we go. We're not going to have to do much to the drum sounds from Hertz, obviously. It's just going to be super basic stuff. But before we do that, let's go ahead and throw on our compressor so that we can have an idea of what everything is doing. and it's gonna be literally the settings that I showed you guys about the video that I did here. It's watch the video. I actually do use this. Okay, so you're gonna. That's why the kick drums in rooms suck, because they're a little bit out of sync sometimes because of the editing. So obviously the rooms, we're gonna bring these down heavily in volume. God damn it! Thank you for telling me. The drum compressor. It is the exact same settings that I use. That I showed you guys in the video. It's the same exact compressor, actually. It just works, right? Okay, so now we can go look at the kick. All we're going to do is very basic shaping because the kicks are already going to sound good. Maybe take a little bit of energy from the upper mids here. This is an EQ move that will help the bass guitar come through a little bit more. Now, I don't know about the clickiness yet. We got to get the bass and guitars in here. I might have to come back to this later to decide if I want more click or smack into my kick drum. I don't know because I don't have anything else to compare it to yet. So the snare, hold on, remember, thank you, One Man Stands. Yeah, like would be great. You can leave a tip, link in the description. You don't have to answer, but what prompted the move back? Well, it's really fucking expensive in Poland, and it was really hard to get legal living permission. It was a lot of steps, a lawyer, a lot of money. And to be quite honest with you, I just couldn't afford it. So that was the main issue. So what we're going to do with the snare here, not so much like filtering, I really don't care about that. I just want to try and add some more low-end thump to the snare. And then take care of that stupid resonance. So boosting the fundamental just makes it sound fatter. Don't want to go too crazy on that. Again, these are all moves strictly tone shaping. You know what I mean? We could do a little bit more compression if we want. We just need to see how things sound. And those overheads are a problem. You can hear the kick drum and it's just like... What I'm trying to do is I'm just experimenting right now, like how far do I have to bring the overheads down before I don't hear the in the overheads. Quite a ways. Sounds worse than it actually is right now. Once we get the bass and stuff in here, it'll probably sound better. Let's see what the toms sound like. Toms sound pretty good. They just need to be cut off with a gate. The reason why I like the Pro G so much is because I can change the range. So after the transients hit, the range will go down a couple dB, but there is still a sustain there, so it's still pretty natural sounding, if you want to put it like that. Yeah, so look how awesome it is that I spent all that time doing the tuning and the velocity editings. You'll never know that Hertz Drums was on this. All right, let's have some goddamn fun finally. All right, I was gonna do bass next, but fuck that. Let's do guitars next. I know I yank a chain a lot, but man, no worries, dude. I'm happy to do it. You know, I enjoy teaching people. If I didn't like doing this, I still wouldn't be uploading videos 10 years later. I've been on YouTube for 10 years, guys. This year is 10 years. December will be 10 full years that I've been doing content. And I've always done it my way. I get more sponsors now, obviously, and helps pay the bills and all that. But, you know, I just do what I want to do, you know. That's it. So I appreciate you guys. Honestly, thank you guys for watching, because you don't have to. There's a million other things you could be doing on a Saturday night than just watching me have technical issues for a whole fucking hour. So that is lame. But I mean, thank you guys for watching. Now, a couple things here that we might do now. So originally, Marcel Bebop gave me 2 sets of guitar files. These are the new ones, which are out of tune. But maybe we can use the old ones. They sound to be more in tune, to be honest with you. So let's try it. All right, so we are gonna turn on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ready? Ugh! All right, we're gonna turn on the amp. The amp is on. The amp of power. The amp of power. Okay. The amp of power. Da, 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 da. And then I know you can't really see what the fuck I'm doing down here, but you'll be fine. So all I'm doing is I'm adding. What I'm adding here is the inputs and outputs that I'm going to use for the reamp. So let's go to master. I'll do 2 of these. And I'll show you guys how to reamp effectively. Oh. Reamp lip. Reamp right. Yo, yo, yo. Okay. So there's our beast right here. Here's our beast warming up. Yeah. The beast warming up. This light. Oh, look at that thing. Look at it. Just, oh. So sexy. So sexy. So sexy. Sexy. Alright. If it's out of focus a little bit, you'll just get over it. Okay. So there's the light. There we go. Let that warm up. Let's switch the scene here. Switch my camera here. Yeah. Producer! Oh! Edwin, I mean, it's home, you know what I mean? Put it like that. You know, it's basically home. My wife's Ukrainian. Daughter's Ukrainian, and that's kind of it. You know what I mean? Pretty easy decision. All right. So what we have to do now. So the load box I'm going to use is Torpedo. However, I do not have a cabinet. So we're going to try to just see if we can build a tone with an IR in the DAW. So what we have to do in order for that to work is we need to insert an IR loader. And lately I've been using this plugin, Cabinetron. So this company really pissed me off actually a couple of years ago. We were going to do a video, but then they didn't want to pay me. They just wanted to send me more plugins instead of pay me, and I got really mad and never made a video for them. The reason I've been using Capitron more lately is just the interface is bigger. I'm on a 4K monitor now. It's just, you know, and it is what it is. STL Libra is old. It needs to be updated. The interface is way too small. There are some quality of life like things that are kind of annoying. So that's what that is, all right? What we're going to do, though, is I want to use these Tones of Turmoil. These are IRs from Korda that he included with the Grindstein from Clearton. So I wouldn't say these are hard to get. But just if you have the pedal, then you have it. So what we're going to do here is we got to click the stereo in button. I have an IR loaded. Now, what you have to do, in my experience, I've just found it easier to reamp 10 to 15 second section left and right, and then try to build the tone with both tones at the same time. Because it is a little annoying to just listen to a tone down the center because it's not the same. Okay? It's not the same. So what we do here in Cubase, what we have to do is we come up here to the routing, and then I have a reamp output, which, I don't know, can I show you? Maybe with this scene, actually, I could show you with this scene. No, I can't. Anyway, on my interface, there is a line out that is going to my load box or my reamp box, which is then coming to the amp. So that's the reamp output. All right, I have no bus for the input. No bus for the input. Reamp output. All right, now basically I'm creating a loop. So what's going to happen is it's going to go out of the interface through my reamp box. I wonder if I can show you guys here. Yeah, it's going to go out of the interface from Cubase. My reamp box is right here, which you just literally can't see. It's going to go through this cable right here into the amp. The back of the amp, I have the cable that goes behind the desk, under the desk, into my 2-note Capito Captor X, which then goes into an input of the interface. So it's just a loop, okay? That's what's going on there. So in the DAW, we set that up. We are going out of Cubase through the interface, blah, blah, blah. And then for reamp right here, this track right here, we are coming back in to Cubase. So I have a separate input called amp, because I only use it for reamping, okay? And then what we have to do is we have to make sure this works, okay? And the way that you do that is you have to enable monitoring. The amp should be warmed up enough by now. So if we come here, I have all of my tones, or my tone stacks at 0 generally when I'm storing it, just so I know that it's being stored the way that I want. Also, it helps me know if someone fucked with my amp, because most people are too not very observant to put everything back at noon or back to 0. So I have all the settings now set like this. I wonder if I can change the... Is that more in focus, guys? That should be better. I mean, it doesn't matter. Now, we have the standby button on here. I'm going to turn this on, and if I press play... we have sound. The issue here is going to be that it's going to be really annoying, and if I press play with the drums, because there's so much latency, it's going to be out of sync and it'll be really fucking annoying. So what we're going to do is we will just record, we will reamp everything, the tone stack at noon. Okay, we're going to use the tone stack at noon because then we will try to find an IR combination that we like that already gets us the tone pretty much that we like, and then we come back to the tone stack to refine it. All right, then we reamp that and then we EQ it. Okay, reamp box, I am using an old, actually I can probably show this to you guys. The reamp box is the OG Signal Art Angry box, which is the reamp box that Glenn Fricker designed. So that is the reamp box that I am using. Okay, So let's just play this again. We need to go here. That's cool. You can look at angle. Great. I'm just going to see what kind of levels that we have here. So with this interface here, I can check my input. Obviously, I want to keep it at green. And I usually increase the output to where it's like blinking green here. This translates to about 0 in Cubase right here. And that's a pretty healthy level. So let's go ahead and reamp this little section. We'll start here. We'll reamp maybe like... Let's do 2 whole sections there. So this is going to be really fucking boring, guys. But this is why you pay 50 bucks an hour for me to reamp your stuff, because this is what it looks like. Okay, that's one pass. Now, very important that you disable that track, you solo this track, you make sure the routing is all correct. You go back and double check the routing. You solo this track, monitor it, okay, and then hit record, and literally it should just work. All right, let's trim this so we have a nice little thing to listen to. Now what we do is we turn this off. We don't need this. We left-right this so we get a stereo image, right? And then we want to make sure this worked. It is working. Okay, so now if we put the drums in. Great. I think I might need a new beer soon. Because I've only worked in the boxes, is there a way to compensate for latency when reamping? Not really. Because what you're doing is you're taking a signal that it's traveling through another piece of gear, going back into the interface, and then through your headphones or your monitors. Also, I have high latency because I have like 2000 playback buffer to make sure we don't get any more popping. I increase the shit out of it. So it's just part and parts, because this is, you're hearing instantly the playback from the DAW, while the signal has to travel through the amp, through the load box, come back to go back into the interface, into the DAW. It's just, that's how it is. All right. So reamping should be done at a low sample rate, and yeah, basically. But because I'm streaming, I have a super high sample rate and latency because I want to make sure that the streaming audio works. Because if you have a too low of a sample rate and a low latency, what happens is it's too much for your computer and your interface and your CPU to do in real time, and then shit hits the fan. So what we're going to do here is see what we can come up with. I gotta be honest with you, I really like this Savage wave. I don't know what these IRs are. I don't know how they're made, what they are made of. I just know they sound good. So I'll put this on the standby again. And let's see if we can maybe come up. So again, simpler is always better. I would prefer to find one IR that does the job for me. And so it's quite often that I'll use these cold IRs or these Bogan IRs to kind of get like, oh, I really like that. And then through the years, I know what speakers and tones that I like, and I know more or less how to get them. But I don't want to make this stream 5 hours of tone crafting. I just want to get something that works very well, that I can shape rather quickly. And I always kind of go to these Savage ones, because I'm assuming they were made with the Savage power. I don't fucking know. This is called Savage, okay? Fuck, right? It's funny because I actually like how that sounds already. One IR to rule them all. Let's see some more cold IRs. I haven't checked out cold IRs in a while. Tones of Turmoil. Nah, let's not do that. Let's do Cola update. Let's do some chainsaws. Let's do chainsaw tones. Okay, jokes aside, the chainsaws are always meant for blending. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to use the rainbows to get a nice sound, and then blend the other shit into it. The shit out of me.
Beer delivery.
Thank you. Oh. Here, baby. Спасибо.
Welcome.
Okay. Guinness in a skull cup. Not a Guinness cup. You're gonna have to get over it, but it's a skull cup. Okay. All right. Refreshing. Okay, so I'd like the DV30 here. Let's try to add some more chainsaw. See what this does. Like, I know the band was more old school sounding, but I just... The perfect Guinness pour. Stacy, ты прочитала, что это самая лучшая работа в мире. Ты делала отлично. Молодец ты. Я должен с тобой спросить на браке. So, я тебя люблю. So, yeah. The pour looks great. She did a really good job. All right. So let's see if we can add a little bit more of grind. Fuck. Hold on. Always forget about that. That already sounds really good, and in the interest of not wasting a shitload of time, let's go ahead now and tweak the tone stack a little bit. All right. So this is where things are a little bit shitty because it's hard to tweak the tone stack in real time with the drums. You just need to ignore that it's not in time. All right, you just got to ignore it and just deal with it. Okay, so then what you have to do is you have to reamp the section again, both sides, and see how it sounds in the mix, basically. Isn't this exciting? Fucking hell, fuck yeah. Okay, let's see what we got. Derp. What do you guys think? Does that sound pretty sweet or nah? I think it sounds pretty cool. It sounds pretty good. We gotta keep in mind that we're still having the bass in here, but this sounds nice and grindy, a little bit old school. So we're gonna reamp these, and then actually what's gonna happen here is it's gonna be really annoying to reamp it. So I'm gonna be on this screen, so you guys don't have to listen to that shit. And I'm happy to answer questions as the reamp process. I just have to go through the song. I physically have to let the song play twice because it's gonna be reamping in real time. There's no way to just like, so it just has to happen that way. All right. So I'm happy to answer questions while this is going on. It's obviously going to take about 10 minutes because the song is give or take 4 minutes. So pass through twice. Here we are. Let's turn that off. All right, we are reamping, so feel free to ask any questions. Yeah, I still have both Savages. I'm just using the one that you helped me get because we're mixing the song that you worked on. Anyway, I'm glad we were able to work through all that technical crap in the beginning. That was really fucking annoying. Just, of course, something like that has to happen, right? But I appreciate it, guys. All the information about the band is in the description. The original mixer and stuff. So, but yeah, I forgot to mention that I can't let you guys have the multi-tracks because the band said no. So, pretty much they're just doing a favor because Marcel worked with them and Marcel got us the multi-tracks because he's a champ. So, no, I don't have any experience with the Palmer. It depends how you're, so like I have a very nasally voice, and one way that I avoid it being too nasally is I put the microphone above me and I have the microphone pointed at the bottom of my chin actually, so I'm trying to get more of my throat. So if you're singing, one thing that you don't want to do is point it towards your nose. You know, sing, you know, like try to more like towards your chin. So you can go like this or have it not towards your nose. And then once you listen to it, it's all going to be the upper mids, man. Just look for the part that sounds like ha 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 ha, and then just take that out. Okay. Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I don't have a microphone from down here anymore, because I always had that problem. I was getting this kind of sound, like da da da. And my voice is like that anyway because of my cleft lip and palate, you know, birth defect. So now it's above me and it points down, like at the chin, right here, on here. And then whenever I am using like a microphone on the stand, I prop it up really high so that it points down into like my lower lip into my chin. So I don't speak into a microphone when it points up into my nose. And some people it doesn't matter. Some people it depends. But you gotta record yourself and see what works and what doesn't. Yeah. I actually lag about not reamping myself, but my experience reamping is a Line 6 Spider. I don't care. Like, you're on a Glenn Fricker's channel. I'm not going to talk shit. I don't care. I mean, whatever, dude. We're almost done with the first pass of reamps, guys. It's going. Just about done here. Okay, first pass is done. Setting up the second pass, and then we can continue. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with the stream. Thanks so much. Leave a like, please. That'd be awesome. And if you like what I'm doing, there's a link in the description. You can leave me a tippity tip. Or just go to TrimbleAudio.com. There's a lot of things there for writing and producing music that you can use. Insert clip. Yeah, smashing walls with a sledgehammer, exactly. Yeah. Insert and the guitar sound. Got the DI box today. I saw that picture and I saw that you sent me messages. I had too much stuff to do. I wasn't able to even listen to what you sent me, unfortunately. Yeah, but I did see that picture that you sent me. I don't remember even when I saw it, but I know you sent it to me. Minus 40 is going to be more than enough. Probably, if you just go down to 10, it'll be completely fine for you. All right. We are doing the second pass right now. We're almost done, and then we will get back to it. There's just nothing to listen to here. It's all boring shit. So, anyway. Plans on new courses. Oh, God. I mean, probably, I just want to make sure that I'm trying to come up with like a cool concept, I want the courses to be very information dense, action packed as it were, but not 12 hours long. You know what I mean? I want them to be maybe like 3 or 4 hours maximum, but it's very specific for a specific goal. Honestly, what I thought about doing was doing genre specific mixing, like mixing black metal, mixing death metal, but not this, like I'm not going to talk about how I set up Cubase. It's just going to be, here's the song, here's what you do, here's the workflow, done, 3 or 4 hours maximum. And then mixing, brutal or grind or something like this, you know what I mean? Make them very bite-sized, but also useful, specific to certain people. Because on the website, I'm not doing sales on the website. The presets are $10. That's it. They're $10. The courses are going to be either 40 or 50 bucks, and that's it. So if someone who wants to mix black metal, I can just have a mixing black metal like module type of thing. You know what I mean? Because I think the courses were just getting way too long before, like 12 hours. Like Jesus Christ. I think it'd be a lot better if I just created something very specific for you, like a reamping course like this. How to reamp. Maybe it's 2 hours, but I'm showing you how to reamp, and that's it. You don't need reamping 9 different amps. You just need to know the process, what you should do, what you need, what to look out for, what kind of levels you should have, and then how to do it. So it could be like 45 minutes. Done, right? On top of like guitar tone mastering, I might recreate that. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that yet, but it's possible. But it might be like guitar tone mastery for amp sims, and then it might be guitar tone mastery for real amps. It might. I just want everything to be useful and not 300 hours long. All right, the Reamp is finished. Let's have a listen. Just a Dutch guy. Look at that. It's working. It's working. Just a Dutch guy. The devil's tip. Thank you so much, dude. That is awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Thank you so much. Look at that. That shit took me hours to figure out. Fuck. I'm excited. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. Fuck. Reclaim the blood throne is Dom, who's been my friend for over 20 years, and Dom does all the vocals for the songs that we do together. So fuck you, Dom. Yeah, that's funny. Fuck, I didn't see shit. Never mind. Okay. So the guitar tone I like quite a bit. We could probably... So we can pretty much move on from that shit. So I like to hide tracks that I don't need to see anymore. We can move the reamp to here. Actually, fuck it. We'll just fucking do this. Reamp left, right. Colors. Colors! Alright, put this here. We don't need to see any of these. So we have the reamps. I'm also Dutch. Maurice. Dutch takeover. You heard it here first. Dutch takeover. Okay. So we have the guitars in a really good spot. Now before we go crazy like mixing all the guitars, like they're pretty damn nice sounding already. Let's go ahead and put L1 on these. L1. Okay, let's get a bass tone going, and then we need to start refining everything. Reamping course would be great. Yeah. Dutch oven. Oh my god. I vomit for no one else. Yeah. You know. Okay, so at this point, Angle, you've done well. Go to sleep, my friend. You've done well. Sweep sweetly and soundly. Until the next time, my friend. Okay. Basically, I just want to turn it off because it's getting hot as shit in here. I got all these lights on. And we have it reamped, so there's no reason to keep it on. Okay, now let's move on to the bass DI. Okay, it's a bit woody. It's a bit meh. Let's see what we can do with it. To be honest with you, I've had very good results using parallax with these kinds of basses. Pushing up the mids in particular. You just want me to show more of the Savage on stream, Danielson. I know you. I know what you're trying to do. But I mean, you can hear with the DI, you know, because of the way it is, you're not going to get what you want out of it, particularly. Like, I can show you what I mean. Like, if we put on a very good plugin like Mammoth, even when you even dingle, you're just not getting the characteristics that you're expecting to get out of it, right? So change the strings, and you know what I mean. So we're gonna use parallax, and what we're really gonna do is we're just gonna kind of focus on the upper mids here, or the mids, and kind of get like grunt going in the bass guitar. You know why? Because that's going to poke through the guitars. So it's going to poke right in through the guitars without much of an issue. Everything's audible, right? Don't have to fucking do anything crazy. So let's work on this then. So if you guys hear the squeaks, that's in the bass performance. Where was it? They're finger harmonics, because the fingers are sliding down the bass strings, all right? So, you know, recording is a bitch, guys. Everything you do when you record comes out. This is why, like, if you can record yourself, one of the best things that you could do to become a better musician is to record yourself and be brutally honest. You know, if the guitar performance is sloppy, you can't lie. You know, it's not, the waveform's not going to lie to you. So record a lot, and you'll know what you should be working on. Okay? All right. So might be able to do some EQ here. A little bit of EQ, we might be able to like deaden it a little bit, but we can't get rid of it. Cook them. Okay, let's start there. We low control the low end because now we want to kind of pin it. Oh, it's like I've done this before. It's like I do this every single time. It's like the process is the same. It's like the workflow that I've created for myself that allows me to mix quickly and practice every time. That's how you get better, you know, developing a workflow and doing the same thing. now that we have, you know, basic tones for everything, we can start making a lot more tonal decisions here. One of the things about holy shit, 420, thank you. Thank you. Ren, thank you. Very nice of you, Ren. Ren, thank you. So when you fuck what I was saying. So one of the problems sometimes when you're looking at tutorials, okay? The tutorials are set up to show you the specific technique that they want to show you, right? So sometimes it's not realistic, you know, because it's like, you know, like we had all these drum things going on, but before we could make specific decisions like, is this loud enough? Do we need to do this more to the kick drum? We need to have guitar and bass tones. So sometimes you have to jump around in the mix and you have to do things out of order, per se, before you can start making the decisions that you need to make. So a lot of times, you know, someone might make a tutorial from this step where they have the bass and guitars are already ready to go, and now they're going to be like, there. So every mix more or less is the same, but it's not. But as long as you have a workflow and you create a workflow, and that's all I really want to do these streams for. Like, I'm not showing you anything you haven't seen before. You know, I mean, Corla makes great videos. Obviously, there's Nail the Mix, but what I'm showing you is just how I've taken all of these random fucking things on the internet, and over the years, I have crafted my own workflow that allows me to work quickly and get results. That's it, right? So at this point in time now, what we're going to do is start refining the mix, as it were. Okay, you know what I mean? Hey, good to hear that Lisa's home. That's awesome, man. It's great. DH's Playground. Ren, you're awesome, dude. Thank you so much. Also a great supporter on the Discord, always hanging out. Hope you're doing well, dude. Yeah. I can't believe you guys are watching. It's awesome. Thank you. Okay. So now we have the bass and the guitars. Let's start kind of stepping back a little bit and seeing what we need to do, okay? One thing I want to do right now is I need to figure out what to do with these rooms and overheads. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to put everything through a space, you know, like I do all the time, like especially in black metal. And I might just not use the rooms at all from the recording because they're just not helping us at all. Let's do a rock room. Let's do LA Big Drums. LA Big Drums. Oh, let's just start with this one, see what happens. And let's kick the overheads through this. And then listen to the space only. Kind of dark sounding, that might work. Alright, let's kick the snare and everything through here. So basically what I'm going to do, this is also a Corla-ism. The overheads, the snare, and the toms are going to this space reverb, and that's it. We're just gonna have to mix it in. Obviously, that's a little outrageous. Well, I don't know what the context is here. Hold on. I'm just trying to create space here so that it's not like everything is right next to me. And I know like the old school sound is a bit more boxy, cardboardy, not as spacious, but I mean, I'm mixing this, so I'm going to put some of the things that I like into it. And honestly, hold on. That's pretty loud. This is a bit of a unique situation here. So we have, because of the editing and because of the kick drums are creating a massive problem. It's just the way it goes. So if you are going to record drums and it's metal, just get a mesh head for the kick drum, and then you won't have this problem. So let me explain what's happening here. So you have the overheads from the recording. No big deal, but then you have the overheads from the kick. So I wonder if I can actually take the kick drums out of the overhead. Yeah, see if that would work. That works. So all I did is I went into the instrument and I went to the routing option, and the overheads, I just put it on a different channel that's not routed to Cubase. Problem solved. So now we're not doubling the kicks, we're just getting the kicks from the direct now. It's still annoying, but not much you can do. Hold on. So the kicks are not in the room anyway, here. You might not hear it, but you can feel it. Oh, the fucking ride is not... Okay. This is kind of a bummer. Alright, hold on. The ride isn't gated. I don't know why, but because these cymbals poke out more than they should, like just in the overheads. Like, listen, that's cool. But then when you put the spots in, they're really loud and they move in the stereo field. I don't want that. I know this is super amazing content, guys. Well, this is what it looks like to manually gate drum tracks. All right, we're almost done with this. I think this is the end here. Okay, now the ride is how I want it. There we go. It's funny that we did that, and now how much louder the bass sounds somehow, because we reduced a lot of the high energy with the ride cymbal. I have some questions here. Yeah, one about the electronic drums. They just don't feel the same, dude. They just don't feel the same. When you use the bottom mic, was it pointing up towards the ride to avoid the bleed? I mean, the bleed's gonna be there anyway. It's not so much tighter. Yeah, it does exactly. Yeah, dude, fucking going by hand, it's always the best. It's the most time consuming, you know, but it is typically how it's going to be the best sounding. So the space is adding a little bit of extra reverb and atmosphere to the drums. This is cool. So they're still pretty direct sounding. Fuck. The snare could stand to be a smidge brighter. And maybe we could compress this a little more. So my preset is built from the Metal Unlimited pack in Hertz, which is pretty raw sounding, so you can still get away with a little bit of more compression if you want. Pretty typically, not a lot though. Do like 2.5 instead. There we go. We're squeezing just a smidge pop more out of it. Not going crazy. Like, it's very simple settings. They're just 30 millisecond-ish attack. Pretty medium. It's medium release, okay? It's between fast and slow. But the ratio is only 2.5 to 1. So we're not really slamming it at all. The lower ratio allows us to do more, like, extreme settings, but it's mostly just because it's samples. You know, they're much more consistent than real drums are going to be. And we only want a little tiny bit more compression. Don't want a lot. Snare's still pretty loud, but I don't know if that's... Oh, maybe turn it down a little. This will work. Clip automation as usual. Nice. So basically, when you get to this point in the mix, you're pretty much like whack-a-mole here. I mean, the idea, what I want to do now is I want to get the mix to be in such a good position that when the vocals come in, we can just worry about getting the vocals sounding really good and then fitting everything in. Any thoughts on dual or quad track? I would quad track this song. The song feels, there's a lot of space in the song, so I would quad track it, and then I would have like a really good guitar tone like this. And then I would try to find another pair that are just asinine, insane, crazy, and then mix those in, make them sound really wide. Something just still not quite. Something still quite just meh for me. Meh. You know? Just meh. Yeah, whole song quad tracked. Like this song's not hard. It's a pretty simple song, you know. You just have to have the patience to play it. That's all. For quad tracking, you need to be pretty good. Yeah, you need to be. But the thing with quad tracking is you need to be sufficiently tight so that when you put all of the elements together, they create a fatter overall sound. All right. And if you edit quad track guitars, you're not going to get the same result, because when things are too perfect, they suck in together. Actually, it's kind of a weird phenomenon. So quad tracking only works because the parts are different. If you try to copy paste, it sums to mono, and then if you edit guitars too tightly, they they don't sum completely to mono because the performances are different, but they're so tight that they will become more narrow. So Egwin, yeah, differences matter. I mean, if you quad track the same settings, then you're gonna have the problems of each track multiplied by 4. That's why you would want to do different tones for the 4 guitars. Not all 4 guitars, but like, let's say I reamped this guitar tone here. We have this guitar tone, and then for the second pair of guitar tones, I would want to do something totally different. Basically, like, how can I explain this? Here are the guitars, the first pair, yeah? So you have the first pair of guitars. So if you just make the second pair of guitars exactly the same, you kind of get this. What you want to do with the second pair of guitars is you want to fill out the gaps. So this particular guitar tone, you know, maybe could have some chainsaw in it, like literal actual chainsaw, just, and then when you mix that in there, it'll blend together with the gaps, and you get a more full, complete guitar tone. You know what I mean? I don't know what you mean by thoughts on putting in stereo. Oh, you mean like widening? I never do that. I never do that. The headphones are Odyssey LCDXs. These are pretty much the best headphones ever. Big investment, but yeah, if you can't afford these, the Austrian Audio Hi-X 65s are really good. All right. What did you write here? Who's the cut? Yeah. Anyway, so when we're at this point in the mix, I'm just trying to finagle it to be pretty damn good sounding. You know, when it comes to songs like this, it's not actually like how things sound. Like this song, hold on, it's over 4 minutes, I believe, and I really honestly don't know why. It's really long for this style of music. So the producer in me, if I was mixing this band, the producer in me would have been like, hey, basically, like, if you look at the vocals here, you can see it. I'm like pointing at it like you can fucking see. But like if I draw a box from here to here, it's literally, there's the song, and then they just copy pasted the song to this side. It's exactly the same. So the song is actually 2 minutes long, but they just played it twice, and now it becomes 4 minutes. So there would be questions on just like how to make the song. You could probably trim some fat off of the song, you know what I mean? This is sounding pretty sweet. I'm liking this. G-Man, here we go. Acima do Blutzeber.
Love you.
Look at this nitrous oxide just going up. Look at it.
Love you.
Love you. The blue. Look at this skullduggery glass of Guinness. Alright, we gotta wait a little bit so it's ready to drink. But once it gets nice and black, I'm not using the SonarWorks. Actually, I stopped using the SonarWorks a while ago, to be honest with you. Widening can work. I just don't trust widening. You know what I mean? Actually, like, it's interesting that if you push everything out to the side, 100% you're going to have mixed translation issues. So I kind of subscribe to what Cola does. He'll bring things in, and he'll kind of use the guitars as, like, the guitars are the widest thing in the mix. 100% left, 100% right. So let's couch things inside of that. And I when I saw Cola do that, I was like, that makes all the sense in the world to me. I just started doing that. So like I bring the overheads in, you know, the guitars are the widest thing in the mix. You know what I mean? And everything is inside of that. Because that makes all the sense in the world to me. And I don't know, I'm a pretty boring mixer if I'm being honest with you. I'm very boring. I look for the simplest, laziest way to do it. You know, I think someone mentioned, Edwin, I think you mentioned something about using spectral layers and then... Oh, I'm lazy, man. I don't want to do all that shit. I just, like, if I could just record the kick drum with a mesh head so that I don't have to deal with that problem from the beginning, that makes the most sense to me. Although, it's not a bad idea. Maybe I should try that. You know, like, now that we're talking about this. Yeah, the rooms feel pretty good, actually. And even the overheads can come in even more. So, anyway, I just really like that. I think that point of view just spoke to me. Hold my root beer. Yeah. Look at this. Fuck. Oh man, it's so good. Seriously. Yeah, I did marry her, yeah. Yeah, she's a good one. She's a good one. She tolerates a lot of my bullshit. Very good. All right. Let's have a listen. I feel like this is a pretty good spot, actually. Let's start bringing in the vocals. The vocals look very well recorded, so no issues here. Should be pretty simple, straightforward, really. Oh, I remember that video of yours, Andrew, that you called "Keep It Simple." Yeah, keep it simple. You know, I have a project that's kind of holding over right now. Once that project is done, I'm gonna be wiping Windows clean. And there's going to be at least 30 or 40 plugins that I'm not going to reinstall that I'm using on that project that I've had for a couple months. You know what I mean? So every couple of months, 6, 7, 8 months, if I look at a plugin and I'm like, I don't remember even using it, I just uninstall it. All right, so here we are. Let me check actually the levels here. It's been a minute. I haven't checked them at all. So it's pretty much good YouTube levels. Before we bring the vocals in, let's crank this and see what happens to the balance. what'd you say? Did you say turn the bass down? Yeah, we can do that. Easy. Look how much the kick drum comes now that we have this pesky bass guitar to listen to. God, fucking bass players. Unfucking believable. Really though, let's go ahead and balance this in now. That's a pretty bass forward mix to a certain degree, but it's sounding pretty damn decent. So not unsurprisingly, once you start really cranking on the limiter, that the balance will change. That's pretty normal. Need to take a break here. Again, just want to say thanks to everyone that sent a tip. That's super fucking cool. That's awesome. Thank you so much. So Midwest, Dutch guy, Ren, thank you so much. That's really just wow. If you like what I do, the stream, I want to keep doing more of the streams actually. And to be honest, I have the next set of multi-tracks already in line. I know exactly what we're gonna do. And every 2 or 3 weeks, I think the stream schedule, I think it's gonna be like that. It should be pretty decent. Should be okay. Yeah, we should be all right. But anyway, if you like what I do, tips are awesome. Otherwise, just hit the website, chernobylaudio.com. Lots of cool shit there for mixing and producing music. The Leecum, bass player is perfectly fine, actually. You're a finger. You play with fingers. I think on the video, if I remember correctly, you're a finger bassist. I don't remember. But this recording is over a year old. So it's not really indicative, you know, of their skills today. So keep that in mind. Really important to keep that in mind. All right, but I already have the coming up for the next stream. All right, let's continue on. So we're gonna do vocals. So we pretty much. Pretty classic, straightforward style here. You can hear the music in the background. Either didn't record with headphones or he had open backs. So, what you want to do with vocals, it doesn't matter. With vocals, again, I made this video about compressing vocals. I believe it makes more sense to EQ first, then go into a compressor. So he's not too sibilancy. It's not that bad actually, but we're gonna thin out the vocal a little bit so that we can crush it into the compressor. Holy shit, Anonymous! Thank you so much, dude. That is awesome. Whoever you are, I hope you get laid tonight. That was awesome. Thank you, man. So, I think we're gonna do a little bit here with dynamic EQ.
Beneath the clouds of thy black shrouds, the hunter voice is built. Beneath the clouds of thy black shrouds, the hunter voice is built.
Okay, let's see what happens when we put the compressor on here. And we're gonna do some more fucking Aurora DSP, goddammit. AK476. They're just so easy to use, guys.
Beneath the clouds of thy black shrouds, the hunter voice is built bits loud. Without a place, he stalks his prey.
There we go.
Beneath the clouds of thy black shrouds, the hunter voice is built.
So here's an interesting question. Oh, his name is Leon. All right. Awesome to see you in the stream there, Leon. Haha, Claude. Kisses. Get a fucking room, guys. Don't be fucking kissing up in my stream. Guys. Okay, so interesting question that I can ask to the chat, actually. Maybe you guys can tell me your opinion on this. So what's your opinion on breath noises in vocals? What do you guys like to do? Do you like to edit them out? Do you like to reduce them? Or do you like to keep them in the performance? What do you think? Be curious to know. Oh, god damn it, Lee. Danielson has the correct answer. I fucking hate super loud breath noises in metal personally. But obviously I'm not gonna spend the hour. I don't know. It would take maybe 35 minutes to edit the out of these vocals. So let's see what we can do with a gate. So a gate like this, for this song, we're pretty lucky because the vocalist kind of is just doing the thing. You know, it's not a very dynamic. It's just like screaming into the microphone a little bit. So we can kind of get away with the gate here, whereas you might have some more trouble with other styles of music. We're just going to copy this over because I'm assuming the vocal performance is pretty much similar regardless of what he's doing here. So let's check out extra vocal. Okay, so his vocal performance is literally the same style of vocal. So I have no particular issue just literally copy pasting the same fucking processing. That's not good or bad. It's not anything against the vocalist. It saves me time, you know, for me having to dial in different compression settings for different vocal styles. I'm fine with it. But it's something that you want to check. You know what I mean? So for doubling, main vocal and a main double, what I always tend to do, because they're the same exact style, I want to make them different somehow. So I tend to add micro shift or pitch. I think it's called micro shift micro pitch. I tend to add micro pitch on the double. Because this little modulation will break up the double and make it sound fatter and wider and bigger. There we go. Just these slight differences, you know, when you're stacking vocals can make a big difference overall. So I don't know what we're going to do with the extras yet, but let's listen to this. We're going to change that out. Main double, change this to this. Main double, yoink, like that. I guess this doesn't work. Cool. So let's just do this. So here to here to here. The double extra vocal LR. Okay, LR vocal end. Okay, let's add a little bit of de-essing. So DS, hold on. No, I don't want to change the string. I didn't do anything. I was just talking to myself. I hate Slipknot. No, I'm kidding. I used to hate Slipknot. Oh, hold on, wait. Fuck. No, you didn't miss anything. Actually, I had the wrong setting on the L2 Aura, this one. It didn't have the correct gain, so then I had to replace the plugins. So I have this issue with my growls where they are so thin and bright. Partly mic and partly mic testing, been ripping my hair out. Without hearing your performance, I really can't say. Honestly, when it comes to the vocals, the type of voice you have is the type of voice you have. You know, like if you want to sound like Corpse Grinder, it's going to help a lot if you are in that register as a singer already. If you're not, you know, like, but that's not particularly bad because look at Chuck Schuldiner of Death. I'm not particularly fond of his voices, of his voice or his vocals, but I'll tell you this, anytime I hear a Death song, I know in seconds it's a Death song, either by the riffs or his voice. So understand what kind of voice you have and then see what your strengths are. You know, if you want the super gutturals, you got to have a certain type of voice where you can do these gutturals. In my opinion, I'm not a voice coach person, okay? So just take my shit with a grain of salt. Whatever. All I'm saying is, you know, like if I'm more of a mid-range person, I can't do these super deep gutturals. But sometimes when I'm just fucking around, I can do some really funny black metal voices that don't hurt my throat, actually. So, oh yeah, all right. We heard you talking to yourself, all those dirty thoughts of yours. Well, Ren, listen. I didn't hear you complaining when I sent you all those voice messages last night. All right. So here's where we are with the vocals. So we came right to adding a de-esser, which is what we wanted to do. What you want to do, audition. And every voice is different, but you basically want to find where all the is coming from most of the time. All right.
Beneath the clouds of nice black troughs, the hunter voice is built.
Okay, and then pretty much this goes on every single vocal track, like so. God, vocals, so vocals, and then we have this.
beneath the clouds of thy dark shroud. The other voice is not its loud. Without a place, his dogs, his prey. In the shadows where death hunts away.
G-Man given all his vocal technique advices. But the problem with that is that G-Man has been deep throating for so long that maybe his advice aren't going to help you.
Beneath the cloud of thy dark shroud, the other voice is not its loud. Without a place, his dogs, his prey. In the shadows where death hunts away. 'Cause the dark lies are all going still. And death of life, 'cause I know still. The other dials.
Okay. Main vocals, I mean, this is what the vocals are kind of always last for this particular reason. Because I knew they were going to be pretty simple. They're tracked very well, and they're all in the same style, so I don't have to do a lot. So let's see what we got here. Alright. Let's do, so with vocals left, right, it only happens for basically the chorus. We have two down the middle, so let's see what happens if we just do a really simple left, right, 50% pan left, right. See how wide this ends up sounding. Okay, so what we are running into here is that because the vocal performance is just layered 4 times and it's the same, even though we pan them, we're kind of not getting the result that I think the band was going for, which was obviously this really big, encompassing stereo image. So what could work here is that you have the main death metal tone down the middle, like you've been doing, and on the sides, you do like some black metal or a different tonal scream of some type that is tonally or technically different from what is happening right there. Because even though, like, I'm panning them, but then when I mix them in for volume, like, the width goes away. So it's relying on volume. So what we're going to do, particularly with this chorus, is we want to add some dynamics to it. Anyway, though, we want to do that. So let's go ahead and add some, let's double check here. Spots, bass. Let's move the bass over. Move the bass over. Oh, we haven't done any of this because I forgot. Okay, vocals, reamp, drums. Okay. But I mean, as you can see, guys, aside from a lot of the upfront work I had to do, you know, with the drum MIDI writing and velocity editing, the mix is quite simple. I'm just using EQ and compression, basically, right? So there's nothing really crazy happening here. And that is the crux of a good mix, just basic EQ and compression and balance, obviously. All right, so what we're going to do now is let's go ahead and insert some effects tracks. So we're going to need Echo Jr. So Darkest of Winter, the thing with my Discord is it's private. I've been thinking to have a YouTube membership set up where then Discord access would be allowed. Because the Discord used to be only for people that were part of my courses. Let's do delay fast. Yeah, delay fast. Let's do that, and then let's do delay slow. Let's do big reverb. And then let's do we have to do a total cola-ism right now. We have to use Cola's plate verb plate. Yeah, we must. Okay, so sends verb plate, yoink. So this is where a lot of the space is coming from. So as we're building this along, I know in the beginning it sounded pretty like unenthusiastic and like uninteresting. Everything's too close to us. You incrementally and slowly build out parts of the mix so that there's space and there's 3D. It's very like, it's fine if you can hear everything and people are cool with that, but there's something about having things being audible but also in a dimension. So like if we mute the verb plate, cool, yeah, it's all there, like I can hear it, but there's somehow something missing in our human brain, that something's missing. Yeah, so adding a little tiny bit of plate Yes, it's as simple as that. Just a little smidge of plate. It's pretty ridiculous, actually. Now, plate gobble. Let's kind of focus on what we would do with the chorus. Oh, this is 3/4 here, isn't it? You fucking assholes. All right. It's 3/4, you dicks. All right, so we gotta do this. We have to plan for this. So it's triplet. Bunch of dicks. Extras. Extra. So slow delay. Okay, let's see what happens. Through the night. So what I want is to have the You know, I want that one slap delay to happen. So, see how this can be done.
Through the
Where is it here? Derp, derp, derp.
through the night.
Extra. Oh, yeah.
Through the night.
Triplet. No, we need echo time. One triplet mix, 100%.
Through the night. Through the night. The ballets sing.
That actually sounds cool too.
Through the night. Through the
That almost sounds better than what I was trying to do.
through the night. Through the night. Through the night. Through the echoes. Through the night.
Interesting. 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 Maybe this might work.
The echoes. Through the night. Through the night.
Yes. How can I fucking... What do I want?
Through the night. Through the
Is it dotted?
through the through the night.
I don't know, it sounded pretty good.
Through the
Is it literally just gonna be like this?
through the
Yeah.
through the night.
It might be like that.
Through the night. Through the night. The ballets sing. Get shot.
Oh dang, this one wants me to make the vocals down by 1 dB. I can do that, no problem.
Through the night. The ballets sing. Get shot. Best gone. One shot to end. Control the echoes. Through the night. The ballets sing. Control the echoes. Through the night. The ballets sing.
Okay, I'm tired of listening to that.
Control the echoes. Through the echoes. Through the night. Through the night. The ballets sing. Get shot. Sing. Get shot. Get shot, best gone. One shot to end it all.
Okay, this should be... We should have a nice big thing happening here. Fuck, I just can't shake that it's not correct. Ah. It's not the way that I want it to be, guys. Guys. Did he say Brad Johnson's gone? I have no idea. What? Who? Brad John? You mean the vote? I don't know, dude. They're singing in German. I'm fairly certain they're singing in German. Yeah. So actually, like, once you get pretty good at the basics of mixing or getting sounds and stuff like this, a lot of the time you start spending more effort on doing delay throws, doing extra creative things with reverbs. And that's where it's a lot more fun somehow doing that, because even though like creating guitar tones and getting into the weeds of that is a lot of fun and yada yada yada, it's really cool to like, okay, how can I make the impact of the song more interesting, hit harder, or someone goes, oh fuck, that sounds cool. And so taking time to do delay throws and finding a way to make it yours, to have a creative impact, is also really cool. Because, you know, in terms of like automation and stuff, there's not a lot to do with this song. It's all pretty much balls to the wall metal. It's pretty simple. So the vocals and finding unique ways to make the vocals hit differently is kind of where you can be a bit more creative in things like this. Something is just incorrect here. I don't like how this sounds. Me no likey. Me no likey. And sometimes it just doesn't work, man. Sometimes it just doesn't work. What are we doing here? 0. So the delay is kind of meh. Not really enjoying the delay very much. Maybe we can get some cooler effects with a fat reverb. So let's send this to big reverb. We want something expansive, right? That's kind of the whole point of this. So we can kind of copy this automation here, put it here. Nice. Real fucking nice. Put it there. And then the combination of the reverb and the delay might give us the big expansion that we want. This seems to be working nicely, so the combination of the two is bringing out the width of the mix here during this chorus. Obviously, we have a volume issue here. That's so funny because after the So when you have when you have things like this is pretty much like the go sign to add reverb and delay to these type of situations. Yeah, but this is fucking 4/4 now. So we need to go here. Different fucking delay sound. Oops. Mix. 1 feedback. Derp. All right, and then this will go here. 4/4. Yoink. All right, 4/4. Right here. There we go. And then here, because it's a kind of a different part of the song, maybe we can just add some reverb, and maybe this whole section will sound different and interesting. So we're trying to find dynamics, how we can insert dynamics into the song to make it interesting to listen to. Because it's not always reverb, right? It's not always delay all the time, and then you kind of like come numb to it. We're trying to make like, oh, that was cool, that's interesting, that hits differently, that hits harder. Hey Leon, thanks for stopping by, dude. Appreciate it. Like I say, the original mix is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It hits, it does the job. It's just for education, just for funsies. So here might be a good place to do it because we're going into a different section dynamically, blast beat. So maybe we can put one here. And you can controlling the volume of the delay also helps with dynamics. It's a lot of this, guys, I'm doing by feel, kind of things where I feel like something should be here because it feels correct. So I think this is a whoopsie-daisy, so we'll just take that out. Ooh, there's something happening here with the snare I'm not particularly keen with. So this multiband trick just kind of pushes down the fundamental a little bit. So you get the pop with the original fundamental, but then it's kind of pushing down on the sustain a little, which helps remove the tubbiness. Interestingly, yeah, it's because it goes 3/4, the 4/4 here. It's also light. wonder if just putting reverb here could sound cool. Again, I'm just trying shit out. I really don't know what's going to happen or what isn't going to happen. A lot of this is trial and error that I do all the time, you know, behind the scenes, you know, kind of what amounts to mixing. So the differences are really, really nice. It's kind of what you want to do.
Victims of this life has gone. Control the final blow. Intense embrace. Stay now. Restore.
I think I'll add some reverb here. On this little bit.
Stay now. Restore. Control. Control. Control.
Because there's a tempo change here, it's like 7/4 into 3/4. Just the reverb, I think, is gonna sound better at the meter change. So let's add a bunch of reverb. Reverb in death metal is okay, guys. It really is. Get away with. I wonder, let's fucking try it, see what happens. Like, what's the worst that happens? It doesn't work? Big deal. Actually sounds good. Actually sounds pretty good. So what I'll do here is I'll just do a fade out like this. Like that. I know you guys are gonna hate this, but this particular chorus is pretty much the same. So we can get away with kind of doing something similar, which is what we're pretty much gonna do here. So let's do it. Throw it in. Also, it's pretty cool how the guitars changed how they're playing, and the bass really comes up during this section. Alright, obviously this ending here should be big, so let's put a bunch of reverb on it. Reverb. So this is Let's see what a 4/4 reverb is going to do on a 3/4 phrase. Sounds pretty fine. because there's nothing else happening. It's just sustain. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, super, super brutal, highly entertaining. I get it. The overall mix is feeling a little... I'm actually going to do a trick from Wojtek, actually. We're going to do this mid-side de-essing on the entire mix. Fuck off. Fuck off.
With
Okay, now we're pretty much at the part of the mix where I'm jumping around, because every time I listen to this, it's more so than like, oh, well, how do the vocals sound here? Every time I'm playing every time I play the mix, every time I listen, in my head, I'm always bouncing around from different elements of the mix. I'm just like comparing and contrasting, like, okay, how does the vocal sound against the snare? How does the vocal sound against the guitar? How does the vocal sound against the bass? How does the vocal sound overall? How do all the elements fit together? How does the bass fit against the snare? And I'm just doing all these things all the time. Every time I press play, it's not so much that I'm hyper focused on one particular element of what is going on. I'm always just running in my mind everything, just back and forth, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. And that's why, it's really hard when, I make my mixing courses, how to explain that, or how to make a workflow for that, or how to explain how to go about that. Because I think some of these things I just can't put into a workflow sheet for you to follow. A lot of it just has to come down to hours in the mix, hours practicing to find out what works best for you and how you like to listen to the mix. Because trust me, I was like this in the beginning. I was like, just give me a systematic way to go from A to Z and tell me all the things I have to listen to and everything that I have to do, and yeah, I'll practice that. And I consider mixing to be an art form, and it's just like, at the end of the day, there are just some things that are intangible that I can't like put in a worksheet fucking step by step. It just doesn't work like that. So I'm just trying to articulate every time I press play what is happening in my head. And you already saw me go back here. I made this lower, made that higher, did this EQ move, did that, just this, and I'm just kind of hearing things that pop out to me that maybe I didn't pay attention to earlier, or maybe I didn't know. Because you just can't arbitrarily go A, B, C, D, E, okay, drums are done. A, B, C, D, E, okay, bass is done. A, B, C, D, E, okay, guitars are done. It just doesn't really work like that. In my Mixing Metal workshop on my website, I do give you a workflow of how to begin mixing. Like, hey, do this first, and then do this, and then do that. But then the more you practice and the more you do this, you can understand, like, oh, I can combine these steps, or I can do this step when I do this. And when I do this, I should double check on this step over here. It's, it's just, I don't know how to explain it, guys. Sometimes, like, the whole the purpose of the live stream is really just to show the process. Because you can watch all these YouTube shorts. Hey, are your drums too powerful? Do this. Okay, maybe in that song, in that particular arrangement, the way that song was written, the drums were too powerful, and that technique works in that specific instance. And then you wrote a completely different song, and that shit doesn't work. That's the issue when it comes to trying to help people learn how to mix. That it's just it's infinite possibilities, infinite things that can happen. And even though I'm showing you guys this brutal death metal song, I would call this like a mid-tempo death metal song. There's no hyper blast beats. There's no 270 BPM double kicks. There were things that I would have to do differently if those things existed in this song. Same thing like if it was a guy doing whole bunches of runs and crazy shit on the bass, then it's a whole different thing you would have to consider and think about. And it's just the only thing that I can tell you to do is practice mixing as much as possible. You know what I mean? That's why on my website I have multi-tracks. I mean, I don't have a lot of genres yet on my website. I want to add more, but like there's death metal, black metal, and doom metal where you can practice different techniques in different ways. But it's hard to explain these things sometime. The high pass on the drums. Yeah, so what happened there is I turned my headphones really loud just now to kind of have an idea of what's happening with the low end. The Odyssey LCDXs are really, really good headphones that have good drivers, and they push the low end, you can really hear the transients. So it's difficult. It's just difficult, guys, sometimes to put a really good comprehensive mixing course together and be like, do this! Because I swear to fuck, the first thing that you work on after watching my course is going to be something that doesn't apply. It's always fucking like that, and it's really annoying, and, you know, it's just difficult, you know what I mean? It just takes time. Best thing about trying to start mixing as a beginner is, where do I start? Well, so with the workshop, I mean, I answered that question. I do write a workflow of how to get started. Basic things that you would want to listen to or do when you're beginning. And those are what could be considered the long way around. You know what I mean? The long way of doing things. But when you learn the long way, you can understand why a shortcut can work. You know, it's like when you're learning mathematics and you start multiplying or adding, you know, double or triple digit numbers. There are shortcuts that allow you to use the logic of mathematics in a short way. But in order to understand the shortcuts, you have to do the math the long way. Right? And then you can practice that, and then once you can be shown the shortcut, and then you can understand the application of it. So with the Mixing Metal Workshop, a lot of it is really drawn out. You know, it's like the long way, like do this, and then do that, and then do this, and then do that. And it can take a while for you to work through a mix. But then when you understand the basic building blocks, and you're like, oh, okay, that's why you do this. Therefore, that's why this shortcut works, right? And so there's a lot more context that I try to put into it. And basically with these streams, I just want to show you the context in a real world fashion. I know it's boring because there's nothing exciting about me listening to the same fucking vocal line 30 times to see what kind of reverb or delay might fit best. I'm not all knowing and all wise. You know, nobody is and no mixer is, and you just got to try shit. Just fucking try it. See what happens. And this is what mixing really is. This is real life mixing. And when you're paying me to mix your music, you're paying me to sit here to listen to your song 1,000 times to figure out what's the best way I can get it to, you know, how can we meet your vision in the best way possible? So, you know, that's kind of when it boils down to. It just takes a lot of time and a lot of and so, you know, like when people are like, oh, Scott, I can't believe, how did you know to do that? Well, probably because for the last 10 years, I've been experimenting and trying things, and just, guys, some things just don't work. They just fucking don't. And I know people on YouTube will say like, oh, there are no rules. Just, if it sounds good, it is good. There are things that just don't work. You know, they're just things that don't work. They don't. Not in metal, anyway. They might work with a different genre of music, a different type of song, but you would also know that through experience. You know, you would know, like, we fucking can't do that. It's not going to fucking work. And then, you know, that's where the communication comes in very strong when you're working with clients, being able to communicate in a respectful manner. Like, hey, I heard you. I know exactly what you're looking for. However, we got to make a decision here. You've got, you know, 285 BPM with, you know, fucking kick drums rolling all the time. You got to decide, do you want the kick drum sub energy to take the low end, or do you want the bass guitar? You can't have both. You know, so it's just in time and more practice, and you do this more and more, you just learn certain things like that. Like, yeah, this not going to fucking work. I don't care what people say on YouTube. Don't waste the time when you know, like, it's just not going to work. And how you know if something works or not is you just try it. You know, write a song, do something, try it. And, you know, Stacey can tell you, this is all I do. I know I said this last stream. I don't watch movies. I don't do anything else. I haven't played a game in a year, at least. Long fucking time. Because I just do this. Friday or Saturday, you know, like that video that I made about the Fear Factory guitar tone. That was just me working, fucking around with guitar tones, trying to make these presets on a Friday night. I'm not doing anything else but this. This is all I do. And I understand, like, Not everyone wants to do that all the time. So I'm not trying to project like this is how you need to be. That's not my point. I just mean, you know, sometimes if I do something in a mix and you're like, well, why the fuck did you do that? Well, I heard it, or it's not working, or it just came to me, or drawing on the thousands of songs that I've mixed before. You know, I can just kind of, I can navigate things over time. And it doesn't mean I'm the best. There are, you know, guys like Cola or someone else can navigate even faster because they've mixed tens of thousands of songs, you know. So it's just like, it's just experience. It just takes time. You know what I mean? Ah, dude. Yeah, Ren, listening to the same song over and 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 over again. Yeah, so Stacy's exactly correct. You know, Stacy is very artistic, by the way. Like, she is really, Stacy can do a lot of things. Like, I look at her and I'm like, what the fuck? How did you figure that out? You know, she can watch a video about, like, right now she's doing like knitting and stuff for like, I don't even know what they're called in English. Nice. Here we are. You know, but she's got the needles and the yarn and she just watches the video and she goes, ah, and she just does it. I'm like, I have no fucking idea what? It doesn't make any sense to me. So she does the same thing, just in the things that she's interested in. So, you know, everyone's got what they want to do and what they prefer, you know, but if you have an idea or if you want to do something, it's always better to emulate the people who are already doing what you do at a high level, because they have made they have made a lot of mistakes, and by emulating what they do and then thinking about it, that's the thing, thinking about it. Why does Scott say to start with low mids and mids first? Why does he say that? Well, I explained that in a video when I was making the tone preset, because if you take, maybe I can show you with this guitar tone, if there's a lot of mid-range energy, subtracting some of that mid-range energy will automatically allow the low end and the high end to be more prominent. So it could be that there's so much low energy in your guitar tone where you're interpreting it as it being dark or not bright enough or not having enough low thump. So if you attack the mid-range energies first, reducing some of the energy, I'm very willing to bet that you're going to find out like, oh yeah, no, actually, there's a lot of high-end energy in my guitar tone. I just couldn't hear it because it was being masked by the mid-range energy. And this is a phenomenon of human hearing. We are most acute to the human hearing literally from like this. This is our most acute hearing area right here. We are very sensitive to this area of frequencies. As humans, this area of the frequency spectrum, we're just fucking donkeys. We don't hear this shit. A lot of it, we feel it, but we really can't discern it. We can't pick out a note per se. And this area of mixing is obviously the hardest because as a human, we have to develop this. And we have to learn how to interpret what is happening in this area for energy wise. But when it comes to this area, well, we can clearly hear this loud as day. This is so obvious. You can be mixing for a month and you'll be pretty good at dealing with problems in this area. This fucking area takes forever. All right. And in the Mixing Metal workshop, I spoke a lot in the PDFs that I wrote and in the videos. It's like we need to, we start from this area because we are so sensitive to this area. Anything we do here will have an effect on either side of it. Once again, making mixing kind of like a black art of sort, because sometimes it's not as simple as make that louder. It could be this frequency needs to go down in volume, or we need to take energy out of this area so that this area can become more prominent. Oh, fuck, we just did that. Now the kick drum is really loud. I can't hear the bass. What's going on? Right? And it's that push and pull game, literally, that you're playing when you're mixing, where it's frustrating when people just want an arbitrary ABCD, just tell me what to do and I'll practice that. You can have like a basic outline or a workflow. I know I'm repeating myself a lot. I guess it's just something that I learned the hard way. For many years, I was looking for that ABCDE workflow. It's just how I am as a person. Just give me the directions. Just tell me how to fucking do it. Just unfortunately, there's too many variables in mixing music that I can't just be like, oh, if A, then B. It just doesn't work like that. Because if A, then B worked on this song, A and B is not going to work on the next song. It's just, it sucks. You know, it fucking sucks. And that's why, you know, mixing is a time-intensive thing, and you just have to do it a lot, you know. You just have to do it a lot, you know. I mean, so, long fucking answer for a question nobody asked. Wook started mixing a few months ago, working in Reaper. Do you have an audio interface? It might help if you have an audio interface that's offloading all of the audio streaming tasks away from the computer. Or if it's on a laptop that's old, you might run into problems. Yeah. 2 years ago, I got my eardrum torn. Now I cannot hear a bit of low end. It bothers me to listen to music overall. It's a way for me to be good at mixing. So yeah, the low end. Listen. Let's go here. Okay. So I could be actually. Let's do another one. Okay, let's do this. Slope. Can I make a brick wall? I should be able to make a brick wall here. Maybe it's on this one. Yep. All right. So if I press play, that's all low-end energy that you're feeling. You're feeling this. You're not hearing it. And to be quite honest, what exists down here? What exists down here? Two things. Kick drum. The kick drum. And that's just something that we're feeling. And then the bass. Now, what we're hearing when we hear the bass guitar is not this. We're hearing all the mid-range and upper frequency harmonics of the bass. That's what we're hearing. And in metal, we take a lot of time to try and put some grind and upper mid-range frequencies in the bass so that we can hear them. There's nothing down here other than the kick drum and the bass guitar. It's very simple to fix this issue. Here's the kick. So if our kick fundamental, just for the sake of argument, is, I don't know, 60 hertz, all right? It's right here. Here's the kick drum fundamental. The bass guitar, we roll off, which I didn't do for some reason. We can roll off the bass at like 24 dB per octave at 70. Fantastic. We have just separated the kick and the bass guitar. The kick drum has its fundamental at 60 hertz, which is right here. And then the bass guitar is sitting on top up here around 70. Great. We have the low end done. You know, the low end is not the issue when mixing. Mixing, it's all about managing this area right here, the mids. The mid-range is the problem. If you have a muddy mix, it's because there's too much energy in the mid-range. If you have a cloudy mix, mid-range. If you have an undefined mix, mid-range. The problem is always in the mid-range. It's always in the mid-range. Up here is easy for us to take care of. It's easy. Oh, yeah, the guitar's too bright. Guitar's too spiky. We hear that. Oh, yeah, the vocals are too sibilant. We hear that. We hear all that. The problem down here is we mostly feel that, which is why you know, having a good pair of headphones that can help you hear this is important. But the problems are all in the mid-range. If it's too busy in the mid-range. If things are too loud, they're stepping on each other. For example, the snare drum is 200. The kick drum mid bump is around 135, 140. So if your kick drum bump is too energetic, it's going to go into the snare drum. Well, the snare drum and the bass guitar are in the same area, so if the snare drum's too loud, it's going to mask the bass guitar. If the bass guitar is too what's the word I'm looking for? If it has too much energy in the mid range, it's going to mask the snare and the upper mids of the kick, right? It's all in the fucking mid range. And this is something when that moment came into my head, I'm like, oh, it's in the mid range. I really stopped caring about the low end. To a degree, the low end for me is arbitrary. Kick fundamental, make sure the kick fundamental is in its spot, make sure the low end of the bass isn't sitting on top of the kick fundamental. That's it. It's done. Obviously, this gets more nuanced when you have very low tuned guitars and extended range guitars where everyone wants to push the guitar into that area where it's not supposed to be. That's part of the problem of dealing with, super low tuned guitars. And then you'll notice that that music sort of, it's just loud. It's just like in your face fucking loud, and there's nothing really defined about it. Or, for example, you take a band like Lorna Shore, it's just like a cacophony of noise, and then you pretty much have the vocals and the synths. And then the guitars are like there, and then the guitars are, or the bass is what's that, and then you have the drums, which are there. It's just these, because we work, again, this is all I can do. I can work from 0 to 20K. That's it. Everything has to exist and coexist and work together within this frequency range of 0 and 20,000. And then there are so many elements of music that overlap on each other. So that is basically the essence of mixing, is trying to get all these elements of a song to come together and work together for an overall pleasing listening experience. Again, long ass answer for a question nobody asked. Some delays here actually could sound cool. Filling up space basically.
Get
this extra vocal at the end here, again, I'm just assuming that the band were like, okay, this is the end of the song. We want something fucking super crazy, something interesting happening here. If you're a vocalist in a band and this is something that you are feeling like something has to happen here, the best advice I could give you is do something different in a vocal performance. Do like goblin noises, or do just do something different here, because now we have 5 vocal tracks with the same style of vocal performance, and other than just making it louder, we're not really changing the impact of how things sound. So I might try something just fucking silly. You know, I might like put a flanger on here or something fucking weird. It sounds ridiculous, but if we mix it in, maybe it'll be cool. So it's just different enough to stand out a little bit, right? It's like right down the middle. It's super low in the mix of everything else, but it's different, and differences matter, right? So I'm not going to go through the rest of the song automating the vocal effects here. I think you guys pretty much get the point. But let's have a listen, see how things sound. And pretty much when I'm at this level of mixing, obviously I would go through the extra effort of putting all my different ideas with delay throws and reverb and stuff like that. But in the real world, I would consider that a mix 1. I would already send that to the band. And then, I shit you not, sometimes the bands are like, dude, take the reverb off the vocals. Ugh, ick, ugh. And this is where I'll communicate like, cool, I heard you. However, don't you think it kind of adds a cool element to like the listening? You know, I will argue for my case. I will argue for my side. But I mean, you know, if the band hates it, the band hates it, and it doesn't go into the mix. You know what I mean? It's not me as an egotistical asshole like, no, this sounds better in my opinion, therefore we're doing that. But what I will do is I will put my artistic vision into things, getting them to where they want to go. I'll send it to them, and at this point in time, they would have a mix 1. They would listen to it, and then they would tell me, like, you know, change this, make this lower, or you know what, like, dude, the reverb is totally not working for us. We don't want it at all. I might argue, be like, are you sure? It sounds really cool. It's making it more atmospheric. And then they might say something like, no, we don't want any atmosphere. We just want this, you know, in your face, fucking, okay, cool. All right, fine. You know what I mean? But then, because I need their input at this point to finish the mix to where they can tell me what they want me to do or not do from here on out. So we can have a listen here, and then I'll take any questions. Again, guys, thanks for watching the stream. If you want to leave me a tip, link in the description. Just if you think this is a cool stream and I'm doing a good job explaining everything, you can support the stream that way. Or ChernobylAudio.com for various production resources like guitar tone presets, multi-tracks for mixing. And in the future, I'm going to be doing some drum presets for like Superior Drummer. And I definitely plan on doing some Tonex captures of the Engel for you guys to play with. So let's have a listen, see what we're thinking. Last thing I want to say is there's a reason I'm not going heavy on mix bus processing. It's not like I'm against mix bus processing. I have grown the most when I'm not really relying on mix bus processing. And obviously, of course, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with doing EQ on the full mix. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Obviously, I did this de-esser trick here because I felt the mix was a little bright and a little harsh. And it's just easier, to be honest, to do like the whole thing. So let's have a listen. There you have it. Oh, man. Yeah, dude. Let's see if I can... Oh, they're way the fuck over there. Before I got these, I need to do a video about these, by the way. I used the Austrian Audio Hi-X 65s, which are very flat in the mid-range, which is arguably the most important part that you need to listen to. But anyway, you can clearly hear the difference, like in the beginning where none of the delay or the reverb's happening with the vocals, and then the second half of the song where it's, I mean, you can hear a very clear dynamic difference. And I would argue that the second half of the track with the various delays and the reverbs just makes the song overall more interesting to listen to. You know what I mean? So that's my argument. I mean, like I say, I don't win that argument a lot or all the time with clients, but I feel very strongly, that it really just puts things in space and makes it sound very kick-ass. And if you listen to the old mixes from like the Mora sound days, there's a lot of reverb. You listen to some of those drum fills and some of the snares, and you listen to some of the vocals. There's reverb, there's atmosphere. So I believe in it very, very strongly that it's a great way to add more dynamic impact to the song. So that's how I feel about that. Edwin, thanks for showing up, man. It was awesome that you're here. Take it easy, man, and please. So just to recap, honestly, I don't think anyone would put their finger on the fact that we used Hertz Drums too for all the shells. They sound rather organic. Tuning the shells to the overheads, very important. Making sure that the shells are fitting inside of the overheads in the rooms, extremely important. And then an overall listening experience. No one's going to sit there and be like, those are drum samples. They don't sound like drum samples, right? So all the effort going into the velocity editing, matching the performance, it's very important. It's a lot of work, but it's very important because the overall result is better. And I highly doubt that if you sent this to somebody, that they're going to be like, oh, that's clearly drum samples. It doesn't sound like it. You know what I mean? So drum samples are not the enemy. They can help make a production better. But I mean, you got to use them very intelligently, okay? Obviously, it helps having real overheads in rooms and real cymbals. That really helps a lot. And that this drummer actually can play very well. And I think as they keep recording and they keep doing things, they're going to elevate their skills. So it's not, it's not a big deal. But I also really like showing you guys songs like this where they're not perfect. They're not perfectly recorded in a fucking $20 million studio with an engineer with 40 years experience. Like, you don't learn a lot from that. It makes us cool. And these things are cool. But you will always learn the most having to solve problems. You'll always become a better mixer when you're like, fuck, this source is not the best. How can I make the most out of it, right? And obviously the answer is not just go to samples right away. But I mean, that particular issue with the snare was a no-go for me, and I just didn't want to deal with it. So samples, right? It's not the end of the world if your bass guitar is a little bit dead because the strings are a little old, not the end of the world, but you got to change how you work on it. Like I pushed the mid grunt instead of trying to go for a dingle dangle or a clank because it's not going to happen. The guitars are a little out of tune. Okay, they're a little out of tune. For folks with perfect pitch and folks like myself who's been mixing for 10, 15 years, fine. Average Joe who just wants to jam out and fucking have a good time probably won't even notice, right? Vocals, there's nothing wrong with them. Adequately, perfectly performed. All these things. In the future, maybe he'll use some different techniques to do some doubling to make more interesting textures. Big fucking deal. So what can we do? Oh, let's put a flanger on the end, last chorus there to make it sound different, add more modulate, la 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 la. So these are how you'll grow. This type of session is how you grow as a mixer, where you have to be creative, right? Use the tools, right? Funny you saying about velocity editing on drum samples in the mix of Zeal, the guy who wrote them and said, yeah, yes, it's very important. It's super important. Okay. Mixing in the trenches. Yeah. Midwest Exiled. There is a course on my website called Mixing Metal in the Real World in the Trenches, which is a very difficult session with a lot of problems. And I made it available. The band is anonymous. It's not about the band. It's just about learning how to deal with problems. It's on the website. You can go get it in practice, okay? Yeah, you have to think. I mean, and part of being a mixer is understanding how instruments work. Like, I'm not a bass player. However, it's important for me to understand how the bass works. And in a perfect world how a bass would be played, so that we can get the best result. You know what I mean? Same with guitars, all these things. You know, like I guess I'm trying to be all motivational and shit here. What's the phrase? Like, perfect is the enemy of done. I think that's the phrase, is what it is. There are a lot of people, unfortunately, who don't finish things because it's not perfect. I would argue that nothing's perfect. You can always be better, and you're always improving. The point is that you need to finish the mix. You have to finish the song. And the reason why you have to finish the mix or finish the song is not to release it on Spotify. It's to put that check mark on that project. Okay? I have finished this project. This is what I learned. Here's the next project. Because that experience will be transferred to that next project, and you'll learn new things, and you'll be able to stack experience and success and knowledge so that you become faster, better, and so on and so on. You can't just remix the same song over and over and over and learn things. You can use the same session to experiment with different tools. I do that all the time. But the particular session has the same problems it had when you opened it 6 months ago. What are you learning? It's like treading water. You're not going anywhere. You know what I mean? So, drum recording game. Recording drums is hard, dude. Like, I've recorded 2 drum sessions, and I totally made some. So the Supreme Void, the Polish band, they released their album a couple weeks ago. It's getting a lot of very positive reviews. That was a very difficult session. It was very difficult session. The material's very hard. It was just very difficult session to do. And I learned a lot on that session because of how difficult it was. But that's from A to Z. One of the first things I've ever done, recording the drums on the board, being there, helping coach the drummer who doesn't speak English. So I'm like, we're trying to translate things, like, and then, you know what I mean? Trying to get the best out of everything. And then, like, I get the multi-tracks, I come back here in Ukraine, and I'm sitting downstairs on the laptop because all the blackouts, and I realize, oh, fuck, the fucking mic tom was vibrating off the rim, or the microphone was vibrating. So every time he played the tom 2, it was like, it's unusable. Mistake. I fucked up. It's my bad. I should have caught that right away on the board. You know what I mean? But, hey, we took samples of that session, and thankfully we did, because those samples came in huge, right? But that's something that I learned when I was miking drums, and like, oh, fuck, I need to pay attention to that in the future. And next time I mic drums, I need to make sure we have a nice, solid sustain, that there's no buzzing, right? So, dude, everyone learns, right? Metal Dad, that's exactly correct. Joel from Nail the Mix says the mix is never finished, it's taken from you. And I'll tell you something, working on demo songs for YouTube has been, I mean, as stressful as it is, because right now I have a ridiculous YouTube schedule, and because Aurora DSP has commissioned some videos for me, so I'm doing a video for them every week. And then I don't want to just do an Aurora DSP video every week for a month, so I have to put a video before that. And because I personally want to do a special demo for every client and every video, like, I've had to learn, like, okay, this sounds good, we're done. We're done. I got to move on because I got the next thing to do. And that has been a really good thing for me, actually, to break me out of my own, oh, fuck, perfectionism. Oh, no. Like, it's not perfect. I can't release this because it's not done yet. YouTube has been like, yo, the video's got to come out on Friday. You're fucking done, buddy. And that's pretty much, what that's been like. So, hold on. Stacy says I need to finish my beer.
Scott.
Oh, all right. I'm ready for the next one. So, deadlines. That's what Joel's talking about. Deadlines. Hey, man, there's a brick wall deadline. It has to be finished. So you just, like, automatically go, okay, that's not perfect, but That's not a big deal. Fuck it. Let's focus on, and you like automatically prioritize certain things. So in that aspect, YouTube has been a big positive for me because it has to get fucking done. You know what I mean? So it has to be done. A bit off topic, but in Cubase with multi-out MIDI drums, will the tracks and phase correlation when exporting to audio? So with the MIDI drums, right? I can show this to you really quick. So this is what you want. Oh, by the way, if you know how to do this, I'm hitting. You're not seeing me here. Control Shift and I. It's called the inline editor. Here you go, G-Man, because I know you want to see this. Look at it, beautiful.
You teach.
On lubię тебя.
Yeah.
Ah,
Он любит тебя. Because you teach me.
тебя.
Ты целый час смотрел видео, как делать.
Люблю тебя. Mwah. So this is called the inline MIDI editor, and what you want to do is when you have, let's just get, for example, the snare here. Actually, not that one. Oh, I deleted them. Fuck. We can check in the overheads because it's kind of similar. All right, what you want to do with the inline editor is you can look, like when I hit this button, when I click on this, I can move it and the cursor, this cursor will show up and you can line it up with the transient, okay? Now, if you want to export that into audio, obviously you need to check phase. However, in Hertz Drums, you can do that right in the plugin. So if you go to Hertz Drums, you can solo the snare, for example, right? And then, oh, wrong one. DI, you have a phase button right here. And with the phase button, just pick the phase that has more low end, that sounds thicker. That's the correct phase. Yeah, you hit the deadline, that's it. Deadline, done. You know what I mean? There's nothing worse than a project that never ends. You know what I mean? I've been a part of a couple of those, and those are infinitely the most stressful. Like, it is by far the most stressful project because there is no end date. It's analysis paralysis. It's do it again, try it again. What about this sound? What about that sample? What about this? What if we did that? What if we did? And it's just, it never ends. You just have to fucking be like, that's it, we're done. Mix is done. You know what I mean? So three perfect pours. Yeah. I'm not kidding you guys. I'm not kidding you. So like, when I told you in the Discord that I was studying how to pour Guinness, it's not a joke. So, yeah, she's awesome. Stacy is awesome. Without Stacy, I wouldn't be able to spend even half the amount of time that I do mixing. Stacy takes care of a lot of things around here, you know, that I don't have to think about, and I want her to understand that I appreciate it, and honestly, because she allows me to focus 100% on like doing these presets, for example, that, you know, I can spend 3 days putting a preset pack together, because I don't have to worry about all the other things that come with having a house and an apartment and all these other things that we have to do. She definitely she puts up with a lot of shit, let me just put it like that. So she's awesome. But there's that, and yeah. So I want to thank everyone again who sent tips. That's amazing. I appreciate it a lot. I'm not doing the streams for tips, guys. You know, I put it there because people asked, hey, I want to send a super chat or something. And I don't think I can use YouTube super chats in Ukraine. I don't think that works. So this was like a workaround that I came up with, that I found that seems to work. And then, yeah. But I mean, there's also the website, so I try to do everything, you know what I mean? I don't have deadlines, but I set, you just have to decide when it's done, dude. I mean, like I said, here's a great example of perfect being the enemy of done. How many years did it take Yachty from Winter Sun to put out Time 2? Is Time 2 a good album? Yes, it is. Did it warrant 10 years of being in production? I don't think so. I think it would have been an amazing album 10 years ago when it was done originally, and it would have sounded fantastic. You know what I mean? That's not anything against... I like Winter Sun a lot. I've listened to Time 2 quite a bit. I love Winter. I have nothing against them. But that's a really good example of getting in your own way, of getting the music released. Sometimes... sometimes it'd be really good to have a producer that's just like, Scott, shut your mouth. The fucking songs are done. The mix is done. We're releasing this. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Chinese democracy. How long did that sit in mixing hell? And was it worth, like, for the amount of time it was in develop? It's like a game, you know, like, we've been developing this game for 10 years. Man, so much has changed in 10 years. Is it even relevant or worth to release anymore? Was that all that time? You know what I mean? It's like you have to think about it. Like, is the juice worth the squeeze? That's a good phrase. You know what I mean? So 13 years. So you got to think, what, Chinese democracy came out in like what, 2003, 2004, something like this. So it had been since the early 90s. You know, just think how much has changed in that time. Not that that's a reason not to make music for a long time. That's not my point. But I mean, just, was it worth it? You know, so there's something to be said about, you know, just getting things done and putting it out. G-Man, thanks for the comments, man. I appreciate it. I mean, I have to bridge the gap. You know, YouTube videos, like, I don't make videos for the algorithm. Let me put it like that. I make the video that I want to make, but I do have to take steps to make sure that people can find it and watch it. You know, does that make sense? That's so I don't want to have a million. I don't care if I have a million subscribers. Like, I know, like, if you want to have a million subscribers, you would have to become a personality. And, you know, like, and some people are really good at that, and it's great for them. Good for them. I have no jealousy, but I just want to make good, useful videos. And that is just going to me. I'm not going to have a million subscribers. That's just what it means. It's fine. I would rather have a greater impact on the people who do watch that improve, and their mixes are better and their songs are better because I made an actually good video. That's more important to me. I appreciate that a lot more. So, all right. Well, I mean, yeah, play a character, you know, like Glenn Fricker's a great example. Like, I've hung out with Glenn in person a bunch of times, and he is as Canadian as they come. Very polite, soft-spoken, easygoing, just your normal ass Canadian. But then, like, he does a show, you know, where he's screaming into a camera. I mean, that doesn't mean that Glenn doesn't have opinions. Like, he'll state his opinion to your face in real life, but he's not screaming at you. You know, he just goes, yeah, well, I don't believe, you know, I mean, he's like that. So he obviously has a character on a show, right? And he says as much. You know, it's not like, I think people saw Glenn for the first time when his wife unfortunately had that incident where they actually saw Glenn just talk. That's how Glenn is in real life. He's just a dude, you know? It's good that you yank, dude. It's all about yanking the chain. It's good to go. And I don't know everything. And a lot of the things that I do, I have learned from others. You know, I say openly, hey, I'm going to use this trick that I saw in a video that Wojtek did. I'm going to put Essence on the master bus and DS the entire... I didn't come up with that. That's something I saw, you know, Wojtek do in a video. And I tried it. I'm like, oh, that actually kind of works. And here I'm listening to the mix. I'm like, you know what? I think it might work here. So let's do that. I'm not inventing anything. Okay. It's a very small percentage of people who are going to invent like these amazing new techniques. Everybody else, we learn the techniques and then we create our own workflow that works for us, and then we go from there, you know. It's just how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, are yourself. Like on the streams, you guys notice I swear a lot more. I'm definitely like that more in person. I use a lot of F-bombs. I say fuck all the time, you know? I mean, like, joke around a lot more. But I mean, the video is a different goal. The goal is to help teach something, and like, humor is nice, but I don't want the humor to get in the way of the information. Yeah, Glenn does a lot of cool stuff, you know? And even if you would disagree with something Glenn would say, I think it's important, you know, that he says it anyway, because he might be like, huh, that's interesting. Let me go and try that, right? Which is the essence of mixing music. Let me go and try that. Let me experiment. Let's see what that does. You know what I mean? So that's sort of how that goes. And then, like, you know, I love having Engel amps. Dude, trust me, I love them, but they don't work all the time. Sometimes a mix just needs a Marshall. It really is like that sometimes. I have the Marshall DSL down there. Sometimes the angle is too compressed sounding. It's not getting the vibe that I want for this particular mix. I try the Marshall. Bam, works. You know what I mean? I am a Marshall diehard. I fucking love Marshall. And I fucking love Engel. So it's just like, you can love both things. You know what I mean? So this is, like, I prefer Engel. Engel is always my first choice. Let me put it like that. Like, I always try Engel first. It's always the first choice. You know? If it doesn't work, I'm disappointed, but I will find something that works for the mix. You know, I'm not gonna like fucking shoehorn in and like, no, it has to be an Engel because, you know, it's just, I'd rather the mix to be good. You know, shit like that. And like, I was super disappointed when I had to sell my Engel Artist, you know, in order to get here, because I really liked that amp. I liked the simplicity of it, because sometimes these big ass 4-channel monsters, it's like, oh god, I just need a distortion channel. I don't fucking need all this. You know what I mean? So there's different strokes for different folks. It's different for everyone. So anyway, I think we hit the 4-hour mark. We did about 3 hours of mixing after all the technical bullshit that we had to go through. I really appreciate you guys sticking with me. A lot of you are still here. It's pretty insane. So I appreciate it. Thanks once again to everyone who left a like, or you know, a chat, talks in the chat, ask me questions. I really enjoy doing this. I am going to do another one probably in about 2 weeks. It's gonna be more of like an industrial black metal project. It's really cool. A lot of synths. It's gonna be very interesting. So I already have that lined up. So that is gonna happen. I think every 2 weeks is a pretty decent schedule. Yeah. I think that'll work. Do I like Amplitude? I haven't tried Amplitude in many years. I know I wasn't super pumped on them 5 years ago or so. The honest answer is I haven't tried them lately. I probably should. The reason why I make all of my guitar tone presets for Neural DSP is, I think it's pretty obvious that they have the largest market share. And, you know, if I'm being honest with you, it's kind of the best return on investment, you know what I mean? And a Neural DSP pretty much target the type of people that I want to help, which are mostly metal dudes. You know, I think a lot of Amplitude is not specifically geared towards metal. But the Neural DSP stuff is. Yeah, I enjoy the stream. It's fun. We'll let you know when our 50th. Yeah, Lee, definitely. Lee is a really nice guy. You should fucking Lee and G-Man. You know, I join their streams sometimes to talk a load of shit, just to talk shit. It's been fantastic hanging out with Lee and the boys. And he also has his own YouTube channel. You should go check him out. He does Lee is just like so easygoing. It's really nice. You know what I mean? He just does his shit, puts it out there, and you like it, you like it. If not, deuces. Will you? Yeah, need to work it out. Yeah. Don't send me more private messages tonight. Last night was enough. I'm sorry. No guarantees, though. No guarantees. All right. If there are any last-minute questions, I'm happy to answer them, guys. Just shoot them in the chat. And once again, thanks to everyone that showed up and watched and was patient through the technical difficulties. It was kind of a pain in the ass, but we made it. Got her done. Sorry about all that shit, but the quality should be better this time, especially because I was in the headphones, so should be good to go. Yeah, I can send me DMs anytime. Without clothes. Excellent. I'm going to do a video. I can show you guys this, I think. My next video, I think on Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm going to do a video showing you guys how to... I've been getting a lot of questions about this in my comments lately. About recording guitars with like a budget interface. I use the ID44, which I consider to be probably the best on the table interface. It's really, really good. And I use this when I'm on the laptop. And so I'm going to do a video about this. And then next Friday, there'll be another video about Aurora DSP with their drive-through amp sim series, which I actually have never played, I've never tried, so I'm very curious what those actually do. But that's what's coming up next week. Plus, I have a bunch of mixes to work on for people. And I have a big project coming late summer, so I'm absolutely up to the gills in work. I'm fucking busy. Yeah, Stacy. Don't get jealous, Stacy. See, Stacy, I'm just writing other men, okay? Not a problem. Yeah, the audience, maybe I could actually like switch. I could probably like do this really quick. How would I do this? Yeah, here we go. So that's the... This is the main workhorse. So actually, you can see now how the reamp box goes out. This right here is the line out for reamping. It goes all the way around, comes back in, and this is the input for guitars from the 2 notes, which is right there. Yep. So I'm an asshole for cable management, so I have all these holes in my desk, so everything is, you can see how clean everything is, because I'm fucking insane, and that's how I prefer to do that. So, anyway. Any last minute questions? Otherwise, I'm going to get out of here, have a couple more beers, and try to go to bed. Oh my god, I got fucking Guinness on my beard. Jesus. In bed where the DMs happen. In bed where the DMs happen. In bed where the DMs happen. When do I announce my OnlyFans? That's a secret. That is a secret. Can't tell you guys all my secrets. Come on. All right. Thanks, everybody. Hit like, please. Subscribe if you're not. And if you're on my email list, you'll know when the next live stream happens. Otherwise, I'll post about it on the Discord and my Facebook. And yeah, it's been fun. Last thing, thanks a lot to the band for giving permission for mixing. Maybe if you guys watch the VOD or whatever, just send a message to Marcel. Holy crap, Anonymous with a tip. Jesus Christ. God dang it. Thank you so much. Hopefully the band enjoyed it. Again, it's nothing against the band. It's not about that at all. This was just for funsies. The mix that they made is perfectly fine. It's fantastic. It does the thing. So no worries. This was just for fun. Big thanks to the band for letting me do this, and I hope they enjoyed it. And yeah, good job, Marcel, for working with them, getting the best that you could out of them, and thanks for facilitating this. Marcel is Bebop Samurai, by the way, in the chat, and I had a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely. So, Marcel, I want to say also, you should be proud of yourself that you're getting out there, that you're doing shit, that you're trying to get work, that you are moving forward with what you want to do with your life. Just keep doing that. Just keep doing it. You are already doing the thing. So keep your head up and keep doing the thing. That's all. That's it. There's nothing else to do but to do that. So keep doing it. All right? You're doing fine. Don't compare yourself to me or anybody else. Just keep doing what you're doing. All right? Stacy, cooking for myself. So, yeah, so there was a funny joke. It was like really late one night. I asked Stacy if she wanted to make food or whatever, and she's like, no, I'm not hungry. So then I went into the kitchen and started making food and started singing a song about cooking for myself to troll Stacy. So that's why she's, yeah. That's funny. No. Yeah, man, don't worry about it. You're doing the thing. All we can do is the thing. Just keep doing the thing, all right? It's been awesome, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. I almost don't want to leave, but I gotta. So, we will see each other again soon. And we will mix some industrial-style synth black metal next time that we go live, all right? Whee!